Chapter 595. After doing all this, Xiao Yan slowly withdrew his gaze. His gaze swept over the entire sky. This time around, other than the few elite Daoist, the other people in the sky had very consciously landed in the city below. They did not wish to be targeted by Xiao Yan again. Even a 9-star half-D had been easily killed by Xiao Yan. They did not think that they were stronger than a 9-star half-D. At this very moment, it was likely that even if Xiao Yan was seriously injured, no one would dare to easily offend him. After all, that group of people from earlier had listened to Sun Shua's words and believed that Xiao Yan no longer had the ability to resist. Therefore, they had charged forward to kill Xiao Yan. However, it was likely that even Sun Shua himself had not expected such an outcome. In the sky, the battle between Bai Ying and Sun Shua had once again stopped because of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the two of them felt incomparably shocked in their hearts. Sun Shua had never imagined that Xiao Yan, who was originally an arrow at the end of its flight, would actually be able to display such a frightening strength at such a time. This was especially the case with the appearance of the Northern King, a 9-star half-D puppet. This kind of super fighter was enough to allow Xiao Yan to suppress anyone below the Daoist level. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Yan was currently invincible against anyone below the Daoist level. Even the back figure at this moment was also extremely shocked in his heart. Bai Ying involuntarily mocked himself in his heart as he recalled the scene of him rescuing Xiao Yan earlier. He had originally thought that if he had not intervened, Xiao Yan would have been surrounded and killed by that group of people. However, from the looks of it now, he had underestimated Xiao Yan too much. The true strength of the black-robed young man in front of him had already far surpassed that of a half-D level expert. It was likely that if Xiao Yan was at his peak condition, he might even be able to fight against an ordinary elite Daoist. Even with Bai Ying's character, he could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in his heart when he thought of this. Such a young elite Daoist. It was likely that even in the entire Yuanwu continent, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Today, this child must either remain in my Sun clan or be killed here. No matter what, he must not be allowed to leave Coldstream City alive. Sun Shua quietly spoke in his heart. His body, which was standing in the empty air, suddenly shook. Oil-yellow Do Qi immediately surged wildly from the surface of his body. He waved his large hand and the enormous sword once again appeared in his hand. Sun Shua's body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. He swung his arm and the enormous sword immediately tore through the empty air and violently hacked at Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt slightly startled when he saw this. The expression on his face changed. The Do Qi, which had just recovered in Xiao Yan's body, swiftly flowed along his qi paths and passed through his entire body. After which, Sun Shua's attack was about to land when Xiao Yan's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Sun Shua's attack, which was filled with might, finally hacked into empty space where no one was present. What? This brat really has a frightening speed. Is this the strength of the Sky Extinction Steps? If I am able to obtain this Sky Extinction Steps, humph humph. Seeing Xiao Yan's frightening speed, Sun Shua's heart was initially startled. However, soon after, a different kind of thought emerged from the bottom of his heart. The corner of his mouth involuntarily revealed a smile that was filled with greed. The Sky Extinction Steps was the main reason why the 4 great sects wanted to kill Xiao Yan. It was naturally not difficult to imagine how powerful it was. Moreover, the current Xiao Yan had allowed Sun Shua to personally witness the strangeness of the Sky Extinction Steps. Faced with such a great treasure, it was naturally impossible for Sun Shua to not be tempted. When he thought of the various benefits that he would obtain after obtaining the Sky Extinction Steps, Sun Shua's heart couldn't help but rapidly become fiery. The current Xiao Yan was only a 6-star half-martial emperor. After learning the Sky Extinction Steps, he was actually able to explode with such frightening speed. If he, Sun Shua, were to obtain the Sky Extinction Steps, as long as he diligently cultivated it, once he mastered it, wouldn't even the 4 great sect heads be able to do anything to him? At that time, his Sun family would naturally be able to become the 5th largest power in the Western region, excluding the 4 great sects. At that time, why would the Sun family need the heavenly sword sect's protection? Rather than existing under the eaves of others, it would be better to form their own sect. After all, didn't the heavenly sword sect often say that his Sun family had no ambitions? Since that was the case, his Sun family would do something that had ambitions. It would also let the heavenly sword sect know whether or not his Sun family had the so-called ambitions. Sun Shua coldly laughed in his heart. His body, which had just paused, once again charged forward explosively. His body was like a bolt of lightning as it swiftly charged toward Xiaoyan, who had appeared 1,000 feet away at this moment. Sun Shua's right hand, which was holding the hilt of the enormous sword, rotated slightly. The tip of the sword faced upward and tore apart the empty space on both sides with a force that could break bamboo. After reducing some of the resistance, Sun Shua's charging body also became a little faster. In the blink of an eye, he had once again arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing this, the expression on Xiaoyan's face once again changed. Although he was confident that he could deal with any bandit below the Do D class, it was completely impossible for Xiaoyan to deal with a true elite Do D, especially a 3-star Do D whose level was not low. On this point, forget about Xiaoyan's current condition. Even if he was at his peak condition, Xiaoyan similarly did not have the confidence to deal with him. The footsteps of his feet changed as he once again displayed the sky extinction steps. The instant Xiaoyan's body disappeared, the enormous sword also violently pierced toward him. Even though he had narrowly dodged this attack, that sharp force still managed to. It still left quite a deep wound on Xiaoyan's chest. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched slightly. He maneuvered the Do Qi within his body and removed the force that had entered his body through his wound. Soon after, Sun Shua's body once again attacked. The enormous sword broke through the air with an overbearing aura. The incomparably sharp aura still caused Xiaoyan's entire body to feel a chill despite being a great distance away. Damn it! Xiaoyan angrily cursed in his heart. He had no choice but to once again display the sky extinction steps and repeatedly dodge Sun Shua's attacks in the sky. Under the rapid exhaustion of the Do Qi within his body, Xiaoyan's body left behind numerous after-images in the sky that were almost real. Sun Shua also carried a cold smile on his face as he followed closely behind Xiaoyan like a maggot in one's bones. Although Sun Shua was a little surprised at Xiaoyan's speed at the beginning, when this elite Do Di faced Xiaoyan with his true speed, the latter ultimately had difficulty contending with him. After all, with the current speed of Xiaoyan, even if he were to go all out, he would at the very most be comparable to Jin Yao. If he were to rely on this to contend with Sun Shua, who was a 3-star Do Di, then he would really be looking down on elite Do Di. Within a short moment, over a dozen wounds of various sizes had already appeared on Xiaoyan's body. On one hand, it was because Xiaoyan had borrowed the strength of his spiritual strength to swiftly dodge. On the other hand, it was also because Sun Shua had held back. However, at this moment, Sun Shua appeared to have caused enough trouble. The cold smile on his face gradually disappeared. With a twist of his wrist, the enormous sword in his hand was violently thrown out. The sharp edge of the sword was pointed directly at Xiaoyan. At the same time, the frightening strength tore through the empty space and emitted a wave of ear-piercing explosive sound. At the same time, Sun Shua's body also instantly disappeared from the original spot. Xiaoyan, I have already given you a chance to escape earlier. However, you don't seem to cherish it. Now, prepare to die. Seeing the enormous sword shooting over, Xiaoyan's expression had just changed slightly when Sun Shua's sharp laughter, which was filled with a dark viciousness, was transmitted over from the sky. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn. Surging spiritual strength completely spread out from between his brows without holding back. At the same time, he clenched his right hand and the heavy Xin ruler once again appeared in his hand. His arm shook and the little Do Qi in his body was swiftly poured into the enormous ruler. With a puff sound, the beautiful, heavenly flame also rose at this moment. At the same time, waves of Do Qi were also poured into the already shattered black robe on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. With the pouring in of Do Qi, the shattered black robe swiftly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dark black robe seemed to have become even deeper after the pouring in of dou qi. However, this scene involuntarily attracted the somewhat stunned gazes of the other people. Even at this moment, Xiao Yan was actually still concerned about his own posture. He actually used the little dou qi he had to repair this black robe. This kind of action was extremely foolish in the eyes of others. This point caused even Sun Shuo to laugh coldly in his heart when he saw it. At this moment, Bai Ying, who was standing outside the battleground of the two, could not help but frown slightly. After witnessing Xiao Yan's strangeness, he did not think that this seemingly foolish action of Xiao Yan's was really so useless. 7. Ruler. A low cry was spat out one word at a time in Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, the huge ruler in his hand was immediately swung. Ruler glow shot out one after another from the tip of the huge ruler. They soared with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed into a shocking ruler glow that was nearly 1,000 feet long. Unfortunately, when Xiao Yan used all his strength to swing out the fourth ruler, the dou qi in his body was exhausted, resulting in a lack of momentum. This caused Xiao Yan's body to immediately soften. He swayed a couple of times before stabilizing himself in the air. The exhaustion of his dou qi caused Xiao Yan's expression to be pale white at this moment. His body, which he had forcefully supported, appeared to have gradually lost control. Helplessly, the burden that he had to forcefully use the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler at this moment was extremely shocking. However, it was likely that he would still be unable to escape from Sun Shu's demonic claws by relying on just this. After all, the 4-ruler Xiao Yan had swung out could only block Sun Shu's weapon. Even Xiao Yan was unable to find out where Sun Shua's body was at this moment. Bang! A rushing wind sound was transmitted from beside Xiao Yan's ear the moment the ruler glow and the huge sword violently collided. At the same time, a cold wind pounced over, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to suddenly shrink. Soon after, a large hand suddenly extended from the empty space without any forewarning. It violently grabbed at Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan die. A hoarse ridicule contained a dark viciousness. The person who had attacked was undoubtedly Sun Shuo. If this attack landed, it was likely that even Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. On the other side, Bai Ying, who had already mobilized the dou qi in his body, suddenly narrowed his eyes. His hands under his sleeves were suddenly clenched. He was just about to attack when the trace of doubt in his heart caused a slight hesitation to appear in his actions. Bai Ying's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. He seemed to have an inexplicable confidence in this black-robed, young man. Perhaps, Xiao Yan did not need his help. Despite having such thoughts in his heart, Bai Ying still did not dare to be careless. While his eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan, the dou qi in his body was prepared to erupt at any moment. As long as he was willing, Bai Ying would still be able to rescue Xiao Yan before Sun Shuo killed him. Although the price might be a little great, he believed that paying any price in order to achieve his goal was proportionate. However, the instant Sun Shuo's attack landed on Xiao Yan, a dark black curtain suddenly agglomerated behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's expression was cold. His ruler viciously swung at Sun Shuo's face while his body also took the opportunity to fall backwards. Bang! With a bang, the expressions on everyone's faces once again froze. Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared into the black curtain. Before he disappeared, the huge black ruler viciously smashed into Sun Shuo's face. However, it was only when Xiao Yan had completely disappeared in front of Sun Shuo, along with the huge ruler, that Sun Shuo's descending hand finally smashed into the empty space with a furious expression. Everyone in the area focused their attention and looked over. They saw that half of Sun Shuo's face, which had been violently smashed by the heavy ruler, had turned purple-black at this moment. 2 streams of fresh blood flowed out from his nose and the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Sun Shuo could be said to be in an extremely miserable state. Chapter 596. The wind blew continuously in the empty sky. The scorching sunlight gradually dimmed. The cloudless azure sky unknowingly turned dark. It was as if it was before dawn, but also as if it was close to dusk. The soundless whistling sound still clearly reverberated in the minds of everyone in Coldstream City. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the pitch-black figure in the sky. Everyone's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The shock in their hearts caused this group of people to open their mouths wide, but they were unable to spit out a single word. Even if there were a few people who wanted to say something, the words that they had prepared were forcefully stuck in their throats. Their lips and teeth trembled for a while, but they were unable to spit out a single word. At this moment, even the faces of the few elite Daoist who were standing in the distant sky were similarly stunned. Even they did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of them would actually break their understanding of him once again. What was that fellow just now? What a strange strength. It is different from Dou-Qi and spiritual strength. That thing, could it be? It is the strength of the Great Way. The few elite Daoist stared intently at the black robe on Xiao Yan's body. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Yan, whose strength had clearly not reached the Daoist level, could actually control the strength of the Great Way. This brat is indeed not an ordinary person. We must not become enemies with him. He has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is merely a half-emperor. This Xiao Yan's future is limitless. He has already comprehended the strength of the Great Way when he is only a half-emperor. He is even fearless when he is being captured by the four great sects. Even a ghost would not believe that there is no one behind him. After the shock, many exclamations that were filled with various meanings quickly followed. In short, the meaning behind the words of these few elite Daoist was that they would not become enemies with Xiao Yan. Or perhaps, it could be said that they did not dare to become enemies with him. In the sky, Buying narrowed his eyes as he stared closely at Xiao Yan. He was also extremely shocked. He had never thought that Xiao Yan had actually grasped the power of laws. Even though he did not know what the power of laws belonged to, the fact that Xiao Yan had comprehended the power of laws was enough to shock him. Xiao Yan, oh Xiao Yan, who exactly are you? First, you have such a strange Dao skill, and now you have the great Dao energy. You are really a person that is filled with secrets. Fortunately, I am not interested in your secrets. Bai Ying muttered softly in his heart. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on Sun Shua's body. Bai Ying's mouth involuntarily emitted a cold, mocking laugh when he saw half of Sun Shua's swollen face. He did not expect that this Sun Shua, whom even he had difficulty injuring, would actually be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiao Yan's hands. This time around he, Sun Shua, could truly be considered to have lost all his face. Hearing Bai Ying's cold laughter, a fury immediately rose in Sun Shua's heart. The expression on his face had just changed when a hissing sound was emitted from his mouth. This once again attracted a mocking laugh from Bai Ying. Bastard! As the fury in his heart writhed, Sun Shua forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He spat out some words of hatred in an unclear manner. His body suddenly shook and a viscous liquid like Dou-Qi immediately surged out of his body. As the Dou-Qi writhed, the surrounding empty space involuntarily fluctuated. Soon after, a vague low roar was emitted from Sun Shua's mouth. He waved his large hand and a suction force surged from his palm. On the ground, the enormous sword that had been blasted down because of the attack earlier seemed to have been attracted by something at this moment. The body of the sword that was inserted deep into the ground suddenly trembled intensely. With a bang sound, it charged out of the ground and returned to Sun Shua's hand in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to move, however, the expression in Sun Shua's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Even his breathing involuntarily turned sluggish. A pair of sharp eyes immediately opened in fury. Other than shock, there was an increasingly turbulent fury in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, one could see that the originally sharp and straight edge of the enormous sword that had returned to his hand actually had a gap of 1 to 2 centimeters. This sword of Sun Shua's was not refined from an ordinary material. An ordinary attack would not be able to cause even the slightest damage to it, much less leave behind such a large gap. This kind of gap was something that even Bai Ying, who was also a 3-star Dou-Di, might not be able to leave behind. In the earlier collision, Sun Shuo was clearly aware that this enormous sword of his did not suffer any damage. At this moment, however, a gap had appeared on this sword. It was obvious that this gap was definitely left behind in the collision earlier. The appearance of the gap on the enormous sword caused the fury in Sun Shuo's heart to explode. The Xiao Yan in front of him had truly reached the point where he must kill him. No matter what happened today, he would not allow Xiao Yan to leave this place alive. A shocking, furious cry was emitted from Sun Shuo's mouth. This time around, Sun Shuo completely suppressed the intense pain that was transmitted from his face. He waved his large hand and his right hand held the hilt of the enormous sword in a reverse grip. The wide, enormous sword rotated in his hand as Sun Shuo's feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The empty space under his feet collapsed and Sun Shuo had already disappeared from his original spot in an instant. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and his body swiftly flew back. However, Sun Shuo's speed was even faster than Xiao Yan's. Just as Xiao Yan retreated explosively, Sun Shuo's figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, the wide, enormous sword violently tore through the empty space. The sharp edge of the sword had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's neck. It was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's throat. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's originally pale face became even more ghastly at this moment. The hairs on his body stood on end and the heart in his chest was also violently beating. He let out a low cry in his heart before he viciously waved the enormous ruler in his hand. Clang! When the heavy blade of the ruler streaked across the empty space, it brought with it a piercing sound of wind breaking. Just as the enormous sword was about to slash Xiao Yan's throat, it was only barely able to force the blow back. However, even so, the invisible force had also left a shallow wound on Xiao Yan's neck. Feeling the slight pain from his throat, Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly alarmed. His body rapidly retreated backwards. However, Sun Shuo, who was in front of him, was like a maggot attached to a bone as he chased closely behind. Clang! A frighteningly large force was transmitted over. The heavy Xian ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was forcefully deflected by the enormous sword. Killing intent surged in Sun Shuo's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the enormous sword in his hand followed the momentum and pierced through the empty space. It once again ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat. In the face of this attack, Xiao Yan really had no way of dodging. In the next moment, before Xiao Yan could do anything, Bai Ying, who had been waiting by the side for a long time, finally made his move. With a sudden wave of his sleeve, Dou Qi swept out. A long spear covered in lightning suddenly shot out. It was like a thunderbolt that arrived between Xiao Yan and Sun Shuo in the blink of an eye. It forced back the enormous sword with one strike. After which, Bai Ying's body flashed and arrived in front of Xiao Yan. With his back facing Sun Shuo, Bai Ying ignored the other party and directly looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Without much hesitation, Bai Ying grabbed the collar at Xiao Yan's chest and swiftly flew out of Coldstream City. In the blink of an eye, they had already disappeared from the sight of everyone in the city. After which, Sun Shuo ruthlessly smashed the long spear in front of him into pieces. It turned into a dense Dou Qi that gradually dissipated. However, when he turned his gaze around, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Yan and Bai Ying had already disappeared before his eyes. Bai Ying! Bai Ying! Bai Ying! An earth-shaking roar resounded across the sky like thunder. In the distant empty space, Bai Ying could clearly hear Uncle Sun's roar. However, he merely laughed coldly. With one hand controlling Xiao Yan, his body moved and swiftly flew towards the south. He knew that the current him and Xiao Yan were still too close to Coldstream City. If Sun Shuo had the intention to investigate, he would definitely be able to find their direction. Now, the only thing they could do was to leave this place in order to completely shake off the Sun Clan. Chapter 597. It was nighttime. There were a lot of dark clouds in the night, so much so that the moon hanging in the sky was covered by the dark clouds. There was not a single trace of light between heaven and earth, as if a pure black curtain had covered the entire world. A biting cold wind blew between the heavens and the earth. In the pitch-black skies above the sea of trees, one could clearly hear the sound of waves crashing against the reefs. In the pitch-black night, coupled with this bone-chilling cold wind, anyone who stood here would probably be unable to help but shiver. Look at the sky, it seems like there's going to be a storm. In the sky above a certain forest, an old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was standing at the top of a huge tree. A large wave of trees surged around him, but the strange thing was that the waves of trees would automatically disperse when they came within 100 feet of the old man. Upon closer inspection, even the huge tree under the old man's feet did not seem to be affected by the surrounding cold wind at all. The huge tree did not move at all, and its entire body was like a statue. If it was not for the life aura it emitted, no one would believe that this tree would not move at all under the biting cold wind. Of course, rather than saying that the tree did not move, it would be more accurate to say that the old man whose appearance could not be seen clearly was not moving at all between heaven and earth. That's good as well. This world has been peaceful for too long. Those withered trees that should have fallen long ago should indeed fall. Spring goes and autumn comes, and the 4 seasons change. Only in this way can this forest continue to operate. The old man muttered something in a low voice. At the same time, a pair of bright eyes that shone in the dark night looked straight at the distant horizon in the northwest direction. After a short while, the old man's eyes slightly brightened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile in the dark night. "He's here." He chuckled again, but he did not know that it was a pitch-black sky where no one could be seen. How could there be anyone in the sky? After 10 breaths, a purple light suddenly flashed in the pitch-black sky. Although the light was not dazzling, it was enough to illuminate the entire area in the pitch-black sky. "Ah, Ying, you're finally here." Under the illumination of the purple light, the outline of the old man's face could be seen. The old man looked quite amiable. His old face was covered with wrinkles. These were the saber scars left behind by the passage of time. His beard, which should have been white, reflected a strange light under the purple light. This made the amiable-looking old man look even more sinister at this moment. "Elder Hao Xian, there's been an accident. Sorry to keep you waiting." The purple light came closer and closer. When it was within 1,000 feet, the faint laughter of a middle-aged man could be heard. Patriarch, what happened? Could it be that the old bastard from the Sun family? No, I just didn't expect that Sun Shua would actually find a way to deal with my Do Qi, causing me to spend some effort. However, I was fortunate enough to see that guy suffer, huh? The old man frowned. Before the solemn words from his mouth could be spat out, the figure that had already arrived in front of him waved his hand gently. As the laughter sounded from his mouth, he did not forget to shake the black-robed young man in his hand. This person was naturally Bai Ying, who had left Coldstream City in the evening. The person in his hand was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan naturally had the ability to escape from the devil's hands. However, he was also curious as to why Bai Ying had repeatedly blocked Sun Shua for him. Hence, Xiao Yan had allowed Bai Ying to bring him here. However, knowing this, Xiao Yan suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura in his heart. The source of this aura was the old man who had appeared in front of him and Bai Ying. This person's strength is definitely above Bai Ying's. Xiao Yan cried out in his heart. He involuntarily felt some regret in his heart. Unexpectedly, he had followed Bai Ying all the way and delivered himself to the lion's mouth. Moreover, from the way Bai Ying had addressed this old man, he seemed to be an elder. If he was an elder of the Sky Sword sect, would he not be in danger? Damn it! I have actually delivered myself into his hands. Xiao Yan viciously scolded himself in his heart. He immediately felt helpless in his heart. From the looks of it, he could only place his final hope on Guyu. Xiao Yan was unable to see through the strength of this old man in front of him, much less exchange blows with him. The other party might really kill him with a single slap. Of course, the two of them were naturally unaware of the thoughts in Xiao Yan's heart. However, even if they knew, it was likely that they would only laugh out loud. "This is Mr. Xiao Yan?" Hearing the ridicule in Bai Ying's words, the old man involuntarily turned his gaze to Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut and head lowered. He frowned slightly and spoke in a somewhat courteous manner. Bai Ying was involuntarily startled when he saw that Xiao Yan did not react. His expression quickly changed as he hurriedly placed Xiao Yan in the air. His large hand extended from his sleeve and grabbed one of Xiao Yan's wrists. At the same time, a wave of spiritual strength swiftly surged out and entered Xiao Yan's body through his palm. At the same time, the old man's expression involuntarily became startled. He did not know what had happened and could only walk over with a curious expression. However, in the next moment, Bai Ying's originally frowning expression suddenly changed drastically. The spiritual strength that had entered Xiao Yan's body was swiftly withdrawn. The hand that was holding Xiao Yan's wrist also suddenly released. Bai Ying swiftly stood up and involuntarily took a couple of steps back. Only then did he look at Xiao Yan in front of him with some lingering fear. By the side, the old man's expression also changed slightly. The wrinkles on his old face appeared a little clearer at this moment. What happened? Is there something wrong with this little fellow? The old man's tone was indifferent as he asked. At the same time, his shriveled hand turned into a claw. A cluster of bright and glaring dou qi was about to spew out from his palm. No, it is not that there is something wrong with him. It is just that I have forgotten that Xiao Yan controls a heavenly flame. Earlier, the heavenly flame was protecting its master. Due to my carelessness, I was shocked by that thing. However, it is now troublesome. Xiao Yan cannot continue to be unconscious like this. We cannot wait that long. If you and I continue to stay here, the other few clans and the Sky Sword sect will definitely become suspicious. Then what should we do? This little fellow has not woken up. We can't even bring him back to the clan. Don't tell me that we should really kill him and give him to the Sky Sword sect as a gift? The old man frowned. The expression on his old face appeared to be extremely unwilling. Humph, even if we kill him, we will definitely not hand him over to them. Moreover, Xiao Yan's identity is special. We must not act rashly before we know his exact identity. Bai Ying coldly snorted. He did not seem to care about this backer behind him. Hearing this, even the old man by the side nodded his head. Then what should we do now? We cannot keep him and we cannot kill him. It is difficult to have the best of both worlds. The old man's expression appeared exceptionally gloomy under the purple light. However, he did not know what to do. Hence, he could only once again look at Bai Ying. Bai Ying also frowned when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, the seemingly unconscious Xiao Yan in front of them suddenly began to cough intensely. Cough, 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 cough. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the other hand, Bai Ying and the old man looked at each other and could not help but laugh helplessly. Of all times, Xiao Yan had to wake up after they revealed their relationship with the Sky Sword sect. Was this not obvious enough? The unconscious Xiao Yan in front of them was clearly faking it. Mr. Xiao Yan really woke up at the right time. Otherwise, my clan's elders would not have been able to hold back and save him. Bai Ying laughed out loud. At the same time, he sighed in relief within his heart. He slowly stood up from the empty air. Both of his eyes looked at Xiao Yan as he spoke with an unknown meaning in his mouth. Chapter 598. Xiao Yan stayed in the Golden Mountain City for several days. During this period of time, other than resting, he did not forget to search for the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients. Currently, he had already gathered all of the medicinal ingredients required to concoct the Bodhi returning pellet. However, he still lacked the 2 medicinal ingredients required to concoct the ice spirit pellet. However, to Xiao Yan's surprise, he did not manage to find what he needed in the Golden Mountain City. In the end, he sighed and left the Golden Mountain City. This time around, Xiao Yan went straight for his target. He continued to travel southward. On the way, he passed through many cities. Only after 10 days did he gradually slow down his speed. Traveling was also a kind of cultivation method. Xiao Yan's continuous traveling for 10 days had perfectly demonstrated this point. After 10 days of non-stop cultivation, the dou qi in Xiao Yan's body had reached a saturation point. At this saturation point, even if he were to refine it with the heavenly flame, it would not be able to compress it in the slightest. This was also the sign that Xiao Yan's strength was about to break through to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan, who was traveling, stop. He descended on top of a mountain peak. Without any hesitation, he sat down cross-legged on top of the mountain peak. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan inspected his body with his consciousness. Sure enough, the Dou Qi in the vortex space was completely filled. At this time, if Xiao Yan were to make a breakthrough and increase his strength to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm, it would simply be a matter of course. Naturally, Xiao Yan would not let go of this opportunity so easily. He smiled in his heart and immediately withdrew his consciousness. The instant he opened his eyes, he flicked his finger. A black light immediately shot out and turned into the Northern King before Xiao Yan. During this period of time, Xiao Yan needed peace and quiet the most. If he was disturbed at this time, his breakthrough might end in failure. This was not something Xiao Yan wanted to see. After summoning the Northern King, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. He still did not feel at ease. His eyes shifted slightly and a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 streaks of light shot out and were placed in the air by Xiao Yan in 3 different directions. The 3 streaks of light were 3 different array discs. The 3 formation discs were all rank 2 defensive formation discs. The energy emitted from them was sufficient to withstand an all-out attack from a 9-star half-martial emperor. When all 3 formation discs were unleashed, no one below the Dou D level would be able to break through them. After doing all this, Xiao Yan calmed down slightly. With a flick of his finger, 3 streaks of Dou Qi shot out and instantly entered the 3 formation discs. With the infusion of Dou Qi, the 3 formation discs immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. As the light spread, it turned into 3 dense Dou Qi light barriers that protected Xiao Yan within them. Soon after, Xiao Yan withdrew his consciousness and slowly closed his eyes. The breathing in his nose gradually became stable and orderly. 2 hours later, when the aura within Xiao Yan's body had completely recovered to its peak, with a thought, the flame mantra in his body began to circulate. At this moment, the enormous amount of Dou Qi within the vortex space started to surge. Streaks of Dou Qi surged out from the vortex space. Soon after, they separated like a river and turned into several smaller streaks of Dou Qi. Following the circulation of the flame mantra Qi, they flowed into the meridians. At the same time, in the outside world, the instant that the flame mantra Qi method in Xiao Yan's body began to circulate, the empty space around Xiao Yan's body began to fluctuate violently. Streaks of hot energy that were filled with a wild and violent intent also appeared to be attracted at this moment and swiftly agglomerated from the empty space. They were like numerous bright red fire snakes that coiled around Xiao Yan's body a couple of times. After which, following Xiao Yan's breathing, they gradually merged into Xiao Yan's body. When these mottled energies entered Xiao Yan's body, the beautiful, heavenly flame immediately pounced on them like a hungry wolf that had seen a wild rabbit. Before the mottled Dou Qi could resist, it had already been refined into threads of pure Dou Qi in the blink of an eye. After passing through the refinement of the heavenly flame, they flowed into the Qi paths in Xiao Yan's body. Following the Dou Qi in the Qi paths, they were refined by the flame mantra Qi method before finally flowing into the vortex space through the route of the flame mantra Qi method. Under this repeated refinement, Xiao Yan's aura gradually grew at an extremely slow speed. While Xiao Yan was slowly training, time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. Currently, there were only 2 months left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. As time flowed by, changes gradually occurred within Xiao Yan's body. Every time he advanced, there would be a small change within his body. The direct manifestation of this change was that every aspect within Xiao Yan's body would receive a different degree of improvement. Regardless of whether it was his qi paths, his bones, the strength of his physical body, the density of his Dou Qi, or the changes within the vortex space, every aspect was becoming stronger and stronger. Following the change in the aura within Xiao Yan's body, the spatial fluctuations within the empty space around him became increasingly intense. Circular ripples that were like water waves continuously surged outwards until finally, it completely returned to calmness. This kind of calmness was not the kind that one could see with one's naked eyes. Instead, it was a kind of vibration that was difficult to detect under the extremely intense fluctuations. At the same time, crimson-red Dou Qi continuously surged out from the empty space between the heavens and the earth. The crimson-red energy was like a substance as it fiercely burned around Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan was like a phoenix within the fire. Once he broke through, it would be the time for the phoenix to be reborn. Under the continuous swallowing and refining of the flame mantra qi method within Xiao Yan's body, this long period of refinement continued for close to 10 days. It was only at noon on the 9th day that Xiao Yan suddenly opened his eyes under the afterglow of the scorching sun. As the last thread of Dou Qi in his body entered the vortex, the aura of Xiao Yan's entire body immediately soared to a new level. An instant later, the aura within Xiao Yan's body that was about to leak out was completely withdrawn back into his body in a short instant. Not even the slightest bit leaked out. After a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan finally forcefully endured the abundant Dou Qi within his body. His body trembled slightly as he violently inhaled a breath of air. Immediately following this, Xiao Yan abruptly raised his head. The expression on his face swiftly became fanatical. He widened his mouth and emitted a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Ha! After the long roar was emitted, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. His feet ferociously stomped on the peak of the cliff below him. In an instant, an enormous force poured out and caused the cliff to collapse. As for Xiao Yan's body, he borrowed the force and, like a bolt of lightning, instantly broke through the clouds and stepped onto the 9 heavens. After close to a month and a half of unceasing training, Xiao Yan's strength had finally obtained another breakthrough. He had successfully entered the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Chapter 599. I hope that with my status as the head of the Bai clan, I can sincerely invite Mr. Xiao Yan to join our Bai clan. Bai Ying bowed respectfully to Xiao Yan while his voice was emitted. From the looks of it, he was extremely sincere. Seeing this scene, not only Xiao Yan, but even the old man beside him also revealed a surprised expression. He did not expect that the clan head of his clan would show such a respectful attitude to this young man in front of him. At this moment, even this old man, who did not doubt Bai Ying's words, was similarly unable to understand in his heart. Even if he wanted to invite Xiao Yan to join their Bai clan, there was no need for him to be so respectful. It should be known that an elite Dou Di was actually showing such respect to a mere 6-star bandit. This kind of action was really unimaginable. In everyone's eyes, an elite Dou Di was considered an expert who had truly climbed to the top of the pyramid on the origin martial continent. An expert of this level was not something that any of the so-called experts below could compare with. Even an elite bandit was ultimately unable to withstand a single blow in front of an elite Dou Di. It had always been an elite bandit who bowed to an elite Dou Di. No one had ever seen an elite Dou Di bow to an elite bandit. The scene in front of them was an insult to an elite Dou Di. After all, when had anyone in the entire origin martial continent ever seen an elite Dou Di bow to a mere bandit? However, only Bai Ying was clearly aware of just how frightening this black-robed young man in front of him was in his heart. That's right. In terms of cultivation level, Xiao Yan was indeed only an elite bandit. However, in Bai Ying's eyes, a bandit was merely a layer of outer clothing on Xiao Yan's body. Under this outer clothing was something that no one could see clearly. This was the true terror of Xiao Yan. It was estimated that Xiao Yan's full strength was likely not inferior to an ordinary initial class Dou Di if he were to use all of his strength. Moreover, it was this person whose true strength was so frightening that his age was much younger than any ordinary elite Dou Di. Even though this was the case, Bai Ying did not forget that he had already heard Bai Yi mention to him earlier that Xiao Yan in front of him was a rank 3 alchemist on top of possessing a frightening strength. Great strength and frightening alchemy skills. Bai Ying believed that Xiao Yan in front of him already possessed the qualification for him to lower his attitude. He did this not only to rope in Xiao Yan, but also to think of the clan behind him. In the dark night the old man frowned. Just as the word left his mouth, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Rumble, Xiao Yan raised his head. His eyes looked at the dark sky above his head. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The silver lightning was like a serpent as it shot out from the black fog that covered the entire world. In merely an instant, it had similarly illuminated the entire world. In an instant, the entire world appeared to have returned from night to day. A glaring white light scattered across the sky above the vast mountain forest. The old man who was staring at Xiao Yan from above the mountain forest saw an extremely young face the moment the white light scattered down. "This brat?" he quietly muttered in his heart. It was not that he had never seen such a young bandit before. However, all of those young bandits were members of large factions. He had never seen someone like Xiao Yan, who was all alone. At this moment, the old man seemed to have understood a little in his heart. However, he still held some doubt in his heart. Even so, Xiao Yan in front of him should not have caused Bai Ying to display such an attitude. Even if Xiao Yan's training talent far exceeded his peers, he had after all missed the best training period. Even if the current him were to join the Bai clan, it would still be incomparably difficult for him to achieve anything in his training. Just as the old man looked at Bai Ying again, filled with doubt, the latter also quickly glanced at him. The meaning in his eyes seemed to be advising the old man not to say anything. At this moment, the old man finally helplessly nodded. At the same time, his eyes became even more uncertain as he stared at Xiao Yan. He believed that since Xiao Yan in front of him was able to cause Bai Ying to treat him in such a respectful manner, there was definitely something extraordinary about him. It was likely that he could only get Bai Ying to tell him about this after the matter at hand was over. Seeing Bai Ying's respectful attitude, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows. While he was surprised, he had not expected Bai Ying to actually invite him to join his clan. "There is no need for clan leader Bai to waste so much effort. I will definitely not join any faction." As the saying went, one does not slap a smiling face. Moreover, Bai Ying had shown him such an attitude, so Xiao Yan's tone naturally became a little gentler. Bai Ying's expression was slightly stunned when he heard Xiao Yan's words. However, he nodded as though he had already expected it. He naturally knew that the latter would not easily agree to such a hasty invitation. Moreover, until now he, Bai Ying, did not have any evidence to prove that the Bai clan behind him was secretly opposing the Heavenly Sword sect. Therefore, it was even more impossible for Xiao Yan to casually agree to join his Bai clan. "Mr. Xiao Yan is indeed as I expected. He will not easily join the Bai clan." Bai Ying slowly stood up and inhaled a deep breath of air. A regretful expression involuntarily appeared on his face. At the same time, the expression of the old man by the side also became stern. The dou qi in his body began to circulate. His long robe fluttered without any wind as an invisible pressure swept out from his body. "Hao Xuan, why are you so rash?" Bai Ying once again opened his mouth and stopped the old man by the side. The latter was helpless. He could only bitterly withdraw the pressure that he was about to unleash. Xiao Yan quietly sighed in relief in his heart when he saw this. His tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed. A wisp of dense white flame glow was quietly hidden deep within his eyes. If this old man had really attacked earlier, Xiao Yan would have had to rely on Gu Yu's strength to kill these two people. Fortunately, Bai Ying's actions had unintentionally saved them from a life-and-death disaster. "Mr. Xiao Yan, I hope that Mr. Xiao Yan will not hurriedly reject my invitation. Perhaps in the future, Mr. will change your mind. Of course, if Mr. Xiao Yan is really unwilling, I will naturally not force you. However, I still hope that today's matter." Bai Ying's tone became a little heavier towards the end of his words. Xiao Yan was unconcerned, but he still nodded his head to express his understanding. Bai Ying laughed out loud upon seeing this and continued. "If we are unable to become family, I, Bai Ying, hope that we can become friends in the end. After all, the Sky Sword sect is one of the 4 great sections. They are not only your enemy, but also my Bai clan's enemy. Mr. Xiao Yan need not doubt this point." Xiao Yan nodded. His heart moved slightly. If what Bai Ying said was true, it might not be a bad thing for him. After all, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chapter 600. After chatting with Bai Ying and the old man for a while longer, Xiao Yan took advantage of the darkness and left the mountain forest. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the night sky. Violent winds and torrential rain sounded like the roars of beasts. Dazzling white light illuminated the mountain forest below. The light was so dazzling that it caused one to have no choice but to squint and open one's eyes wide at times. Bai Ying and the old man were still in the sky above the mountain forest. At this moment, the two of them had their hands behind their backs. Under the illumination of the lightning, the expressions on their faces were faintly discernible. Clan leader, this kid is really not simple. The old man stared at the direction Xiao Yan had left in. It was as if he could see the latter rapidly flying through the void. The instant the pouring rain touched the black robe on Xiao Yan's body, it seemed as if the rain had entered the endless void and disappeared without a trace. During the conversation with Xiao Yan earlier, although both parties were carefully probing each other's foundation with every sentence, Xiao Yan did not reveal the slightest flaw from the beginning until the end. Each of his words and actions caused them to quietly frown repeatedly in their hearts. It was as though the Xiao Yan in front of them was not a young man. Instead, he was like an experienced person who had lived for an unknown number of years. It was likely that it would be extremely difficult to obtain any other information from his mouth. If he had truly revealed a flaw, it would instead cause me to look down on him. However, Xiao Yan is indeed extremely astonishing. This is not only because of his thoughts, it is also because of his strength. When he finished speaking, Bai Ying's face involuntarily revealed a solemn expression. Xiao Yan was indeed the person who had shocked him the most among all the geniuses he had seen. Clan head, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. This Xiao Yan is indeed extraordinary. However, no matter how one puts it, he is only a 6-star half-martial emperor. Although our young master has borrowed the aid of medicinal pills, isn't his strength real? No, Haoshuan, I've already said that Xiao Yan is indeed extremely astonishing. The reason why I think so highly of him is not because he is a 6-star half-martial emperor. Of course, if his strength was only that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, I would naturally not think so highly of him. After the old man spoke, Bai Ying closed his eyes and shook his head. He let out a soft sigh before opening his eyes again. His gaze turned and stared at the old man beside him. The old man was slightly startled when he saw this, but before he could speak, Bai Ying continued. Have you seen a 6-star half-martial emperor suppress several hundred half-martial emperors at the same time? As soon as Bai Ying spoke, the old man's face suddenly froze. Shock instantly surged into his deep eyes. Bai Ying inhaled a deep breath of air. Each time he recalled the scene that had occurred in Coldstream City during the day, Bai Ying's heart would be involuntarily shocked. He had never imagined that a half-martial emperor would be able to unleash such a frightening strength. However, this was not the end. Bai Ying slowly exhaled the turbid air in his chest, after which he opened his mouth once again. Have you seen a half-martial emperor being able to slap the face of a 3-star Dodi until it swells? This. The expression on the old man's face immediately became extremely shocked when he heard these words. If it was the former, he could barely accept it. However, the latter was too shocking. A Bandi was actually able to slap the face of an elite Dodi until it was swollen. If news of this matter were to spread, would it not become a laughingstock? However, could it be that this kind of thing had happened in? The expression in the old man's eyes gradually became shocked when he thought until this point. He had never imagined that such a shocking thing would actually be accomplished by that inconspicuous little fellow from earlier. Clan leader, what do you mean? That's right. I have personally witnessed everything that Xiao Yan has done. Not only did he beat up all the half-martial emperors in Coldstream City, but that kind of absolute suppression is not something that a half-martial emperor can achieve. After all, based on the situation back then, there were over a dozen 9-star half-martial emperors among those people. Moreover, there were hundreds of half-martial emperors. In the face of such a lineup, even an ordinary Dodi would have to be wary. However, Xiao Yan has forcefully suppressed them, completely suppressed them. That group of people did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate in front of Xiao Yan. I even find it hard to believe that those people were all half-martial emperors. Who? Bai Ying's expression was extremely grave as he spoke. The old man beside him seemed to empathize with him. His breathing had unknowingly become hurried as he listened to Bai Ying's words. As for the Dou Di that I mentioned, haha, it is Sun Shua. Even I would find it difficult to deal with that fellow. However, I never expected that he would be ruthlessly slapped in the face by Xiao Yan today. Moreover, it was in a situation where his Dou Qi was completely exhausted. Bai Ying laughed. However, his tone gradually became solemn towards the end. At the same time, he also swallowed the matter of Xiao Yan controlling the great Dao energy into his stomach. Gulp. Under the cover of the rumbling thunder, the old man could not help but secretly swallow his saliva. The shock in his heart was even more difficult to describe with words. When the lightning cut across the sky and released a dazzling white light, one could see that the old man's face was actually paler than Bai Ying's under the illumination of the lightning. This kind of paleness was not because he was weak in any way. It was merely because of the shock in the old man's heart at this moment. At the same time, in the empty space thousands of miles away, Xiao Yan slowly came to a stop after leaving the range of the mountain range. His gaze turned back and looked. Behind him was also pitch black. Ooh, letting out a deep breath, Xiao Yan's tensed body suddenly relaxed at this moment. Immediately, a giddy feeling swiftly surged from the depths of his mind, causing Xiao Yan's eyelids to become increasingly heavy. At the same time, the great Dao energy that was applied to the surface of the black robe had lost the support of the Dou Qi and quietly disappeared at this moment. As the great Dao energy disappeared, the pouring rain immediately mercilessly struck Xiao Yan's body. An instant of coldness caused Xiao Yan to suddenly recover his senses. He violently clenched his teeth. Only then did his body move and swiftly move. He randomly chose a direction and flew towards the mountain range below. On the other side, Bai Ying and the old man also quietly conversed for a while before moving separately. They flew in two different directions. Chapter 601. In the blink of an eye, a week had already passed. At this moment, Xiao Yan had already rested for a week. The aura within his body had also rapidly recovered to its peak. After leaving the mountain range, Xiao Yan headed south. This was because, according to what Sun Hua had said back at Coldstream City, the so-called desolate ancient remains was located at the border between the Shilin mountain range and the human territory. The soul-gathering fruit that Xiao Yan needed was located there. After continuously traveling for a few days, Xiao Yan finally arrived before a city on the sixth day. Sun Hua did not discuss the so-called desolate ancient remains with Xiao Yan in detail. Therefore, Xiao Yan knew nothing about it. Thus, Xiao Yan could only place his hopes on some of the nearby cities. Perhaps he would be able to inquire about some information regarding the desolate ancient remains here. Golden Mountain City. Xiao Yan softly muttered. Wearing a black robe, he followed the flow of people around him and squeezed into the city. Golden Mountain City could not be considered a large city. Thus, compared to other places, this Golden Mountain City appeared somewhat empty. One could practically see the edges of this small city with a single glance. Of course, if one wanted to walk, it would likely take a couple of hours to cross this city. The buildings within this city were indeed much simpler than other cities. Even the experts within this city could not be compared to other cities. From Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, the strongest person within this Golden Mountain City was only an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor. The weakest was only a Dou Zun. However, by the same logic, compared to other places, this place appeared to be much more peaceful. At the very least, Xiao Yan did not see many troublemakers along the way. However, even though this was the case, it did not disturb Xiao Yan's current mood. On the contrary, the fragrance in the air and the cool breeze that came from the front caused Xiao Yan's body and mind to feel a wave of relaxation and satisfaction. Of course, although a sparrow was small, it still had all its vital organs. The city was small, but it didn't hide its prosperity. Even though it wasn't comparable to other cities, Xiao Yan still found the information he wanted. After making some inquiries, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had searched all over the place to gather information, yet it appeared as though everyone knew about him when he arrived at this place. Each time he asked a passerby about the desolate ancient remains, the passerby would use a strange expression to look at Xiao Yan. That expression caused Xiao Yan's entire body to feel uncomfortable. After a couple of inquiries, Xiao Yan ended up being completely rebuffed. Although those passersby were aware in their hearts, they did not appear to want to tell Xiao Yan the so-called secret that they knew without any benefit. It was so much so that for the sake of obtaining benefits, several half-martial emperors surrounded Xiao Yan in the middle of the road. Every single one of them had a hungry wolf-like expression on their faces, and the smiles on their faces appeared incomparably sinister. Finally, after Xiao Yan unleashed the aura of his strength, the few passers-by, who were merely one-star banditti, hurriedly changed their attitude toward Xiao Yan with frightened faces. The expressions on their faces swiftly changed and turned into seductive ones. It was as though the matter from a moment ago had never happened. At this moment, Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. These people were a group of people who used their strength to bully the weak. They were arrogant at first, then respectful. Just thinking about it made one laugh. When they saw Xiao Yan's young appearance for the first time, the few half-martial emperors did not think much of it in their hearts. In their hearts, they naturally treated him as an ordinary young man. These experts who boasted of their great strength would naturally not mind suppressing such a person. Unfortunately, after witnessing Xiao Yan's true strength, this group of people finally understood just how frightening the strength of this young black-robed man in front of them was. After the few half-martial emperors carefully described it, Xiao Yan finally had a general understanding of the so-called desolate ancient ruins in his heart. The desolate ancient ruins seemed to have been left behind by an elite Daoist. As for the identity of that elite Daoist, it was already impossible to find out until now. However, from what everyone knew, that elite Daoist seemed to be an expert with an extremely powerful spiritual strength. As for whether he was an alchemist or a formation master, this was something that no one knew. According to their understanding, the tomb contained all sorts of treasures. There was a large number of high-tier medicinal pills, countless natural treasures, Do-Chi methods, medicinal cauldrons for refining pills, high-tier formation plates. These things that were extremely difficult to find in the outside world could be found everywhere in that tomb. Moreover, according to what the few half-martial emperors had said, there was a Ling-class Do skill in the tomb of that elite Daoist. Even an elite Daoist would be moved by a Do skill of that class. Among all these treasures, the one that Xiao Yan was most concerned about was naturally the soul-gathering fruit. According to the description of the few half-martial emperors in front of him, the thing with the highest value in the tomb of that elite Daoist was the soul-gathering fruit that Xiao Yan needed. Moreover, due to the attraction of this soul-gathering fruit, it seemed that the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect were coveting it. When the tomb opened, the 4 great clans would definitely not miss this opportunity. After hearing this point, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but become solemn. Although he had already secretly come to an agreement with the Bai clan, this was ultimately still an uncertain factor. Before he was certain, even Xiao Yan could not guarantee that the Bai clan would not attack him for the benefit of the various clans. In this way, Xiao Yan would be in trouble. Currently, he could only hope that when the 4 great clans were in chaos, he would be able to quietly take advantage of them. Of course, in that kind of situation, the 4 great clans would definitely dispatch elite Daoist. As for whether he would have the opportunity to obtain the soul-gathering fruit, it was unknown at this moment. However, it was fortunate that there were still 3 months before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. These 3 months were sufficient for Xiao Yan to make some preparations. Perhaps, Xiao Yan might be able to think of a good plan during this period of time. As for the matter of the ruins, he could only temporarily put it aside because, after experiencing a couple of intense battles, the current Xiao Yan could already feel that his strength could increase by another step. His initial stage 6-star half-martial emperor strength had already reached its saturation point. He hoped that he could use the next 3 months to raise his initial stage 6-star half-martial emperor strength to the middle stage 6-star half-martial emperor strength. Although the gap between them did not appear to be large, if they were to truly be placed on the battlefield, the effect that they would display would not be just a little bit. Regarding this point, Although the gap between half-martial emperors was very small and not easy to see, if it were to be placed among Daoist experts, the difference in strength could be said to be a difference of 1,000 miles. Chapter 602. Xiao Yan stayed in the Golden Mountain City for several days. During this period of time, other than resting, he did not forget to search for the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients. Currently, he had already gathered all of the medicinal ingredients required to concoct the Bodhi returning pellet. However, he still lacked the 2 medicinal ingredients required to concoct the ice spirit pellet. However, to Xiao Yan's surprise, he did not manage to find what he needed in the Golden Mountain City. In the end, he sighed and left the Golden Mountain City. This time around, Xiao Yan went straight for his target. He continued to travel southward. On the way, he passed by many cities. Only after 10 days did he gradually slow down his speed. Traveling was also a kind of cultivation method. Xiao Yan's continuous traveling for 10 days had perfectly demonstrated this point. After 10 days of non-stop cultivation, the Dou Qi in Xiao Yan's body had reached a saturation point. At this saturation point, even if he were to refine it with the heavenly flame, it would not be able to compress it in the slightest. This was also the sign that Xiao Yan's strength was about to break through to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan, who was traveling, stop. He descended on top of a mountain peak. Without any hesitation, he sat down cross-legged on top of the mountain peak. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan inspected his body with his consciousness. Sure enough, the Dou Qi in the vortex space had reached a state of being completely filled. If Xiao Yan were to make a breakthrough at this time and increase his strength to the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm, it would simply be a matter of time. Xiao Yan would naturally not let go of this opportunity so easily. He smiled in his heart and immediately withdrew his consciousness. The instant he opened his eyes, he flicked his finger. A black ray of light immediately shot out and turned into the Northern King before Xiao Yan. During this period of time, Xiao Yan needed peace and quiet the most. If he were to be disturbed during this period of time, his breakthrough might end in failure. This was not something that Xiao Yan was willing to see. After taking out the Northern King, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. He still felt uneasy in his heart. His eyes turned slightly and a hint of sharpness flashed through them. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and 3 rays of light shot out. They were placed in 3 different directions in the air by Xiao Yan. Those 3 rays of light were 3 different formation discs. The 3 formation discs were all rank 2 defensive formation discs. The energy emitted from them was sufficient to withstand an all-out attack from a 9-star half-martial emperor. When all 3 formation discs were unleashed, no one below the Dou Di level would be able to break through them. After doing all this, Xiao Yan calmed down slightly. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of Dou Qi shot out again and instantly entered the 3 formation discs. With the injection of Dou Qi, the 3 formation discs immediately emitted a dazzling golden light. The light spread and turned into 3 dense Dou Qi light barriers, protecting Xiao Yan within them. Soon after, Xiao Yan withdrew his consciousness and slowly closed his eyes. The breathing in his nose gradually became stable and orderly. 2 hours later, when the aura within Xiao Yan's body had completely recovered to its peak, with a thought, the flame mantra in his body began to circulate. The enormous amount of Dou Qi within the vortex space also began to roll over and over. Wave after wave of Dou Qi surged out from the vortex space. Immediately, they separated like a river, turning into a couple of even smaller Dou Qi that flowed into those Qi paths following the circulation of the flame mantra Qi method. At the same time, in the outside world, the instant the flame mantra Qi method in Xiao Yan's body began to circulate, the space around Xiao Yan's body began to fluctuate intensely. Waves of scorching hot energy that was filled with a wild and violent intent also appeared to be attracted at this moment and swiftly agglomerated from the empty space. They were like numerous crimson-red fire snakes that coiled around Xiao Yan's body a couple of times. After which, following Xiao Yan's breathing, they gradually entered Xiao Yan's body. When these mottled energies entered Xiao Yan's body, the beautiful, heavenly flame, immediately pounced on them like a hungry wolf that had seen a wild rabbit. Before the mottled dou qi could resist, it had already been refined into threads of pure dou qi in the blink of an eye. After passing through the refinement of the heavenly flame, they poured into the qi paths in Xiao Yan's body. Following the dou qi in the qi paths and being refined by the flame mantra qi method, they followed the route of the flame mantra qi method and finally entered the vortex space. Under this repeated refinement, Xiao Yan's aura gradually grew at an extremely slow speed. While Xiao Yan was slowly training, time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had already passed. Currently, there were only 2 months left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. As time flowed by, it also caused Xiao Yan's body to gradually undergo changes. Every time he advanced, there would be a small change in his body. The direct manifestation of this change was that every aspect of Xiao Yan's body would receive a different degree of improvement. Regardless of whether it was his qi paths, his bones, the strength of his physical body, the density of his dou qi, or the changes within the vortex space, every aspect of his body was becoming stronger and stronger. Following the change in the aura within Xiao Yan's body, the spatial fluctuations in the empty space around him became increasingly intense. Circular ripples that were like water waves continuously surged outwards until finally, it completely returned to calmness. This kind of calmness was not the kind that one could see with one's naked eyes. Instead, it was a kind of vibration that was difficult to detect under the extremely intense fluctuations. At the same time, crimson-red dou qi continuously surged out from the empty space between the heavens and the earth. The crimson-red energy was like a substance as it fiercely burned around Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan was like a phoenix in the fire. When he broke through, would it be the nirvana of the phoenix? At that time, under the unceasing swallowing and refining of the flame mantra qi method within Xiao Yan's body, this long period of refinement continued for close to 10 days. It was only at noon on the 9th day that Xiao Yan, who was under the scorching sun, suddenly opened his eyes. As the last thread of dou qi in his body entered the vortex, Xiao Yan's aura immediately soared to a new level. After an instant, the dou qi that was about to leak out from Xiao Yan's body was completely withdrawn back into his body in that short instant. Not even the slightest bit of it leaked out. After a couple of breaths, Xiao Yan finally forcefully endured the abundant dou qi within his body. His body trembled slightly as he violently inhaled a breath of air. Immediately following this, Xiao Yan abruptly raised his head. The expression on his face swiftly became wild. He widened his mouth and emitted a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Ha! After the long roar was emitted, Xiao Yan's body suddenly trembled. His feet ferociously stomped on the peak of the cliff below him. In an instant, an enormous force poured down and caused the cliff to collapse. As for Xiao Yan's body, he borrowed the force and, like a bolt of lightning, instantly broke through the clouds and stepped onto the 9 heavens. After close to a month and a half of unceasing training, Xiao Yan's strength had finally obtained another breakthrough. He had successfully entered the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. Chapter 603. Who? Xiao Yan stood proudly in the sky. He had a fanatical expression on his face. He clenched his fists and sensed the surging dou qi within his body. After a long time, Xiao Yan's state of mind gradually stabilized. Is this the power of a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor? Indeed, compared to an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor, there is a huge difference. Xiao Yan muttered softly. He could not help but exclaim in admiration. Compared to an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor, there was indeed a huge difference between a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor and an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. As the saying goes, the slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. Even though the difference in strength between an early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor and a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor was only a single step, the gap between them was like a chasm. If an ordinary early-stage 6-star half-martial emperor were to rely solely on cultivation, and without the use of any external items, it would likely be impossible for them to increase their strength to mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor without several years or even several tens of years. If one were to use time to measure the difference between the two, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it would take 100 years. Of course, it had only been half a year since Xiao Yan had broken through to the early stage 6-star half-martial emperor. In half a year's time, he had broken through from a 5-star half-martial emperor to a mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening cultivation speed could be said to be heaven-defying. One must know that if an ordinary person wanted to break through from the mid-stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor, it would likely take them at least 100 years. However, the current Xiao Yan had indeed only used half a year's time to break through from the mid-stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. Such a frightening cultivation speed was simply something that no one could compare to. Hee boy, not bad. In less than half a year's time, you've managed to break through from the middle stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage 6-star half-martial emperor. With your cultivation speed, even if you were to be placed among the peak powers of the continent, you would likely be ranked at the top. The empty space beside Xiao Yan distorted slightly before Gu Yu's figure gradually appeared. He looked at Xiao Yan with a mocking smile. His old eyes, which contained a glint, involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Even he had never imagined that Xiao Yan would be able to break through from the middle stage 5-star half-martial emperor to the middle stage 6-star half-martial emperor in merely half a year's time. This was truly shocking. Old Gu, please don't make fun of me. I know my own limits. Compared to those people that you have mentioned, the strength that I obtained by relying on external objects has a somewhat opportunistic feeling. Otherwise, how could I possibly raise my cultivation by so much within half a year's time? Xiao Yan shook his head after hearing Gu Yu's words. His face sighed as he spoke. He knew very well how he obtained his current cultivation. Even though he might be a rare exceptional genius in the eyes of others, in his own eyes, he had merely relied on external objects to reach his current level of cultivation. This was not merely because he had broken through from the 5th-star half-martial emperor to the 6th-star half-martial emperor. After all, on the path that Xiao Yan had walked, exactly how much of his strength and cultivation had been obtained through his own cultivation? Almost none. By relying on all sorts of opportunities and the flame mantra martial technique that he had cultivated, Xiao Yan had always been searching for all sorts of powerful heavenly flames. Perhaps in the eyes of others, heavenly flames were the most tyrannical and ferocious power in this world. However, to Xiao Yan, they were the source of his strength, the foundation of his cultivation. It could be said that without heavenly flames, he, Xiao Yan, would not have been able to reach his current level of cultivation. Humph, brat, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. That's right, practically all of the strength that you possess right now is obtained through external help. Even your mid-stage 6-star half-martial emperor cultivation was bestowed to you by that woman called Lung Bingshuang. Gu Yu seemed to have seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts. He coldly snorted to express his dissatisfaction with Xiao Yan's dispirited attitude. At the same time, the words that came out of his mouth were also provoking Xiao Yan. However, you should not forget just how much pain you had to go through when you swallowed the heavenly flames to obtain your strength. That degree of pain is enough to turn an ordinary person into ashes. Yet, you were able to endure it and obtain a transformation. This is already sufficient to prove yourself. As long as your efforts are proportional to your returns, nothing else is important. Gu Yu stared at Xiao Yan in front of him as he spoke in a solemn tone. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was volatile as he repeatedly thought about Gu Yu's words in his heart. The method you use to obtain strength is indeed a shortcut. However, at the same time, isn't the pain and danger that you have to endure also a few times or even dozens of times that of others? In this entire world, has there ever been anyone who had put themselves in a dangerous situation because of purely practicing Douqi? I'm afraid that there is no one else other than you who practices the flame mantra. The emotions on Xiao Yan's face gradually stabilized after hearing Gu Yu's words. A determined expression flashed across his eyes. Indeed, Gu Yu's words were not false. One's efforts and returns must be proportional. Even the members of those large aristocratic families had to rely on the resources of their clan in order to train at such a fast speed. As for Xiao Yan, he was alone in the outside world. He needed to think of a way to obtain everything. Xiao Yan did not have the so-called training resources. He was only searching for ways to raise his strength. Compared to the members of those clans, Xiao Yan's strength was even more difficult to obtain. Ha! Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed softly when he thought of this. The distracting thoughts in his heart were tossed aside, and his emotions returned to normal. His condition had once again recovered to its peak. Ah, old Gu, relax. I understand what you have said. There is no true right or wrong on the path of training. Ultimately, only the strong can control the truth in this world. It seems that I have thought too much. As long as I am worthy of my strength, I will not regret it. No one will delve into the origin of my strength. Guyu nodded. His old face revealed a gratified smile. In this world, strength was respected. Without strength, one was even less than a pile of dog shit. At the very least, no one would dare to step on dog shit. Let's go. We will talk after reaching our destination. The opening of the desolate ancient remains is imminent. It is likely that quite a number of experts will gather this time around. This is also a good thing. It will also allow you to broaden your horizons and see the world of an elite Daoist. That level is not something that an ordinary place can compare with. Guyu sighed softly. He immediately turned his body, turned into a ray of light, and entered Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan nodded solemnly. After meeting a couple of elite Daoist, his heart had become increasingly excited about the so-called Daoist class. He did not know when he would be able to reach that level. A fiery heat involuntarily surged deep within Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. Daoist was a level that could truly be ranked among the experts on the Yuanwu continent. He believed that he would one day reach that level or even go further and become even stronger. However, Xiao Yan could only focus his attention on the present. The path of an expert had to be taken one step at a time. One had to rely on oneself to walk down this path. Chapter 604. Half a month later, in the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan had finally arrived at a city that was situated between the Shilin mountain range and the human forces after half a month of arduous travel. Shilin City. This was a city situated between the Shilin mountain range and the human forces. Due to its unique topography, this city was endowed with a liveliness that was different from other places. The scarlet-red city walls were left with conspicuous battle scars. These scars constantly spoke of the city's past, and every once in a while, new scars would appear, constantly renewing the city's future. At this moment, outside Shilin City, a thin figure dressed in black robes was standing in front of the city. Around him, crowds of people came and went, and a nauseating stench of blood permeated the air. Everyone's face was filled with ruthlessness, and every pair of eyes was filled with murderous decisiveness. The stench of blood was emitted from these people. Due to being situated in the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range, the people of Shilin City often came into contact with magical beasts. Here, almost everyone's body would be enveloped by the aura of magical beasts. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes stared at the city that rose above the earth like flames. A hint of hope involuntarily flashed across the depths of his eyes. Now that the opening of the desolate ancient ruins was imminent, Shilin City would probably not be peaceful. Sighing softly in his heart, Xiao Yan slightly nodded his head. He lifted his eyes and swept his gaze across the surroundings, and could not help but gently raise his eyebrows. Compared to other places, the people here looked even more ferocious and wild. Almost every man was topless, and their bronze skin reflected a beautiful light under the scorching sun. Their sturdy bodies could be compared to a bear's, and every time their feet landed, it seemed as if the ground beneath their feet would tremble uncontrollably. Even some of the women were equally astonishing. Perhaps due to their years of training and the process of coming into contact with magical beasts, some changes had occurred to their bodies. Of course, these changes were only simple changes in their appearance, but in terms of strength, these people's strength was even more terrifying than those who obtained their strength through normal training. He slowly exhaled and moved his feet. Then he strode toward the city in front of him. Lying in the middle of the crowd, Xiaoyan looked around curiously. At the same time, the pitch-black soul orb in the depths of his brows trembled slightly. Instantly, boundless soul energy surged out like a tsunami. Under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, it did not attract the attention of others as it rapidly spread towards the city in front of him. After a round of investigation, Xiaoyan, who was walking in the middle of the crowd, could not help but frown slightly. He sighed in his heart. Indeed, it was just as Xiaoyan had guessed. In this small Shilin city, there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In this short period of time, Xiaoyan had already discovered a few strong people with strong auras in Shilin City under the investigation of his spiritual strength. Currently, other than the strong people above the Do-D level, there was no one else who could make Xiaoyan feel serious. Currently, there was still a month's time before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. However, Xiaoyan did not expect that so many strong people had already gathered in Shilin City. It was hard to imagine just how many Do-D level experts would personally come here in the next month. When the time came, when the desolate ancient ruins opened, it was likely that there would be another fierce battle. However, regarding this, Xiaoyan secretly sneered in his heart. Although many strong people had already gathered here, it was likely that no one would care about a mere 6-star half-emperor like him. Fishing in troubled waters was something that Xiaoyan did not mind at all. After randomly finding a place to stay in the city and resting for a while, Xiaoyan began to stroll around the city. At the same time, he also hoped to try his luck and find the remaining 2 medicinal ingredients that he needed. TSK, have you all heard? 2 months ago, in the headquarters of the Sun Clan in Coldstream City, the Sun Clan's head, Sun Shura, was ruthlessly slapped in the face by that Xiaoyan. How could I not have heard of such a big matter? It is said that Xiaoyan is very powerful. With his own strength, he actually beat up all the half-emperors in Coldstream City. TSK, how terrifying. That's right. That guy not only slapped the Sun Clan's head in the face, he also killed many people from the Sun Clan. It is said that because of this, the Sun Clan's head wanted to step forward and stop him. However, who would have thought that he was not a match for him and was actually beaten up by him? TSK, don't tell me that Xiaoyan has already become a Do-D level expert? It's hard to say. To be able to beat up a 3-star Do-D level expert, who knows if his original strength was that of a Do-D level expert? Such a young Do-D is really frightening. Suddenly, Xiaoyan, who was walking in the middle of the street, unintentionally heard the words being emitted from the mouths of the passers-by. When he heard that the topic of the conversation was the matter that had happened 2 months ago in Coldstream City, Xiaoyan could not help but let out 2 soft coughs in an embarrassed manner. As the saying goes, the matter from 2 months ago had been spread from the mouths of thousands of people until now. However, it had become so miraculous. Forget about the bystanders, even Xiaoyan himself could not help but feel stunned in his heart when he heard it. After skipping over the few people from earlier, Xiaoyan continued to walk forward. As expected, he heard quite a number of things that were related to him along the way. Those news caused Xiaoyan to be unable to laugh or cry in his heart. In an instant, it seemed that he had really become a Do-D level expert in the hearts of everyone. Indeed, it was impossible for an elite Do-D to be in existence that a Ban-D could contend with in the eyes of these people. As long as such an expert appeared, all Ban-D could only bow their heads in front of him. Unfortunately, this so-called bowing their heads was something that Xiaoyan could never hope to achieve from his point of view. When faced with a strong person, Xiaoyan would only become stronger. This was because he knew that he did not have any path of retreat. This was because if he retreated, he would die. At this moment, it was likely that only Xiaoyan himself and those who had personally witnessed everything in Coldstream City back then would know the truth of this matter. Not having the mood to bother, Xiaoyan simply skipped over the people along the way and carefully searched for the 2 medicinal ingredients that he needed. However, at this moment, rumble, a vast and mighty thunder sound was suddenly transmitted over from the distant horizon. The entire Shilin city began to tremble intensely at this moment. A vast and mighty pressure that nearly caused everyone to be unable to breathe suddenly rose in this area. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically at this moment. The spiritual strength that he had released instantly returned to his body. While his eyebrows were tightly knit together, Xiao Yan's body moved. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already in the air. His gaze turned and focused on the distant horizon. Chapter 605. Rumble. The intense rumbling sound of thunder was like waves of beast roars that reverberated unceasingly across the sky. In the distant horizon, a black mass of dark clouds gradually spread. Although they were far apart, Xiao Yan was still able to sense the frightening aura that was being emitted from within. Following Xiao Yan's rise into the sky, a few rays of light also instantly flickered from a few other directions within Shilin City. In the blink of an eye, they had also stepped into the empty sky along with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he saw these few people. A glint swiftly flashed across his eyes. These people were the few elite Daoist who were in Shilin City. They paused their bodies. Numerous pairs of sharp eyes instantly focused on the direction where the thunder came from. At the same time, there were various expressions in the eyes of those few people. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Finally, their eyes paused for a moment when they looked at Xiao Yan. Immediately, they randomly swept past him. A pair of eyes that were filled with solemnity focused on the distant horizon. This was especially so when they looked at the thunder clouds. Even with the mental fortitude of these few elite Daoist, they could not help but part their mouths. Even someone as strong as a Daoist seemed to be able to feel a sense of fear toward that thunder cloud. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He slowly withdrew his gaze. Only then did he look at the thick thunder clouds on the horizon. Rumble, the sound of thunder roared. Despite being hundreds of thousands of feet away, the sound of thunder seemed to be reverberating beside one's ear, causing one to feel a chill rise within one's heart. This is pill lightning? Why is it so frightening? Don't tell me that this is a rank 4 pill lightning or even a rank 5 pill lightning. Xiao Yan's lips and teeth trembled slightly. The soft words that were emitted from his mouth contained a shock. This was the first time that he had seen such a frightening thunder cloud. He did not doubt that if that thunder cloud were to completely erupt, it was likely that he would not be able to block even one attack. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan's heart was a little uncertain about this cluster of frightening thunder cloud. No, this isn't pill lightning. At this moment, Gu Yu, who had been quiet for a long time within Xiao Yan's body, finally spoke. His voice was filled with a solemn tone. Clearly, even with his character, he did not dare to underestimate this strange thundercloud that had appeared in the distant sky. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt startled after sensing the slight emotional fluctuation in Gu Yu's words. He frowned and looked at the thundercloud. At the same time, he asked Gu Yu in his heart, which was filled with doubt. Old Gu, what exactly is this thundercloud? Why is the energy contained within it so powerful? That's right. It would be strange if this thing didn't make you feel dangerous. Gu Yu quickly regained his composure. However, there was a trace of mockery in his tone as he laughed softly at Xiao Yan. Old Bone knows about that thing? Not only do I know about it, I have even personally experienced it. However, you can relax. You will have the opportunity to personally experience it in the future. Gu Yu sighed softly. He seemed to have recalled some matters in the past, and his heart involuntarily trembled. Old Gu, just tell me directly. What exactly is this thundercloud? What do you mean by what you said earlier? Xiao Yan's brows, which had just relaxed, were once again tightly knitted together. The doubt in his heart grew when he heard Gu Yu's vague reply. He curled his mouth and involuntarily continued to question Gu Yu. This is a lightning tribulation. Gu Yu laughed softly before slowly opening his mouth. The expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly stiffened the moment these words were uttered. At the same time, both of his eyes stared intently at the black thundercloud in the distant sky. His heart was in turmoil. The shock he felt was difficult to describe. Lightning tribulation. Just these two words were enough for Xiao Yan to understand why the thundercloud had appeared and what it was used for. Any bandit would attract a lightning tribulation when they were about to break through to the Do-D class. That kind of lightning tribulation was so powerful that it could seriously injure an elite Do-D. It could even kill an elite Do-D who was in the midst of a breakthrough. This also explained why there were very few people who could truly break through to the Do-D class despite there being many bandit experts on the continent. Even though some bandit experts had great training talent and could even rely on their own training to reach the Do-D class, there was often a portion of them who would be stopped by this lightning tribulation regardless of how frightening their talent was. The D-tribulation had basically become the shackle that prevented most bandit experts from becoming elite Do-D. In front of the D-tribulation, regardless of how frightening one's training talent was, one would ultimately be unable to reach the Do-D class as long as one was unable to endure it. It was also because of this reason that a portion of the 9-star bandit were unwilling to break through despite having already reached the limit of breaking through to the Do-D class. The reason was because of this lightning tribulation. If one succeeded under the lightning tribulation, one would be free and unfettered. One would become a true elite Do-D and be respected by others. On the other hand, one would end up in a state of eternal damnation. Not even one's corpse would remain under the lightning tribulation. Looking at this thundercloud, it was obvious that someone was preparing to break through to the Do-D class. Old Gu, although the D-tribulation is powerful, can't one find an expert to protect one from the tribulation, just like how one withstands the lightning tribulation? Xiao Yan seemed to have thought of something. He frowned slightly and once again opened his mouth to ask Guyu. His tone was filled with doubt. Stinking brat, aren't you treating the D-tribulation too lightly? If it was so easy to endure the D-tribulation, wouldn't everyone on the continent have become an elite Do-D? Guyu involuntarily laughed and scolded Xiao Yan after hearing his words. Guyu felt that Xiao Yan's simple-minded thinking was a little laughable. However, Guyu recovered his solemn expression soon after. He paused for a moment before opening his mouth to explain to Xiao Yan. Unless one is able to forcefully endure the D-tribulation with one's own strength, any external object is useless in front of it. Of course, the D-tribulation pill is an exception. There is no need for the old me to explain the reason. You should understand it yourself. Being a medicinal pill, the Emperor Calamity pill, was merely a method to raise the strength of one who had made a breakthrough. Although the duration was short, it was able to help an elite Do-D resist the lightning calamity. This point was completely different from an ordinary external object. Although they both relied on external objects, the method of swallowing the medicinal pill allowed one's body to become stronger. It was a strength that came from the inside out. It was unlike the former, which completely relied on external forces. It looked impressive on the outside but was weak on the inside. Chapter 606. A couple of elite Do-D stood in the empty air in the sky. Many pairs of eyes were thrown toward the distant horizon. A dark black thick thundercloud was repeatedly churning and gathering at that spot. Occasionally, a rumbling thunder was emitted from it. Even though it was a great distance away, it was still incomparably clearly transmitted into the ears of Xiao Yan's group. Hearing the frightening might contained within the rumbling thunder, even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, his heart could not help but tremble. The D-tribulation was really frightening. It was indeed worthy of being the tomb of a bandit. If this attack were to land, it was likely that no bandit would be able to receive it. This was something that even Xiao Yan could not achieve. The remaining few elite Do-D in the sky also revealed shocked expressions as they stared at the dark black thundercloud. The shock in their hearts was not much less than Xiao Yan's. Even though they had already passed this threshold, their hearts still involuntarily palpitated when they saw the D-tribulation once again. These people who had personally experienced the D-tribulation were naturally incomparably clear about how frightening it was. If one's mind was not stable and one's willpower was not firm when breaking through to the Do-D class, it was possible that one would fail to pass the tribulation. Under this D-tribulation, one could only rely on one's willpower and Do-Chi. The only thing one could rely on when facing the D-tribulation was oneself. Rumble. Suddenly, the dark black thundercloud at the edge of the sky began to churn intensely. It was just like a magical beast that had gone crazy. The earth-shaking rumbling thunder continued to resound over the sky. Everyone felt an intense piercing pain being transmitted from their eardrums. Shilin City below had immediately become chaotic. This darkness was merely the prelude to the arrival of a storm. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. From the beginning until the end, the detribulation had yet to truly descend. Rumble! Until a certain moment, the rolling thunderclouds suddenly started to roll violently like boiling water. At the same time, the aura on it became even more terrifying. Numerous silver-colored thunderbolts continued to shoot out from the thundercloud. Soon after, the dark black thundercloud gradually split apart and formed a crack line. Xiao Yan's group could clearly see a shocking lightning that connected the sky, and the earth suddenly shot out from the thundercloud. At this moment, the sky trembled. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and fear. Compared to the previous thunderbolts, this one could only be described as shocking. The huge thunderbolt was hundreds of meters thick. The silver-white thunderbolt was like a lightning dragon. The moment it descended, the entire world seemed to dim. An extremely frightening aura spread across the land. Everyone stared at the scene in the sky in horror. Some of the weaker ones even turned deathly pale in the face of this earth-shaking thunderbolt. Some of them even felt their spirits tremble in fear, causing the blood and qi in their bodies to churn, causing them to suffer serious injuries. Boom! The moment the thunderbolt fell, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out. Everyone lifted their eyes and looked over. The thunderbolt, which was accompanied by a destructive aura, was actually forcefully stopped in midair by another incomparably powerful force. What a powerful force! At this moment, everyone's gazes changed. Everyone's eyes were filled with extreme horror. No one could have imagined that the earth-shattering thunderbolt would be forcibly stopped by another force. Being an observer, Xiao Yan was naturally clearly aware of this point in his heart. If one wished to block the detribulation, one could only rely on the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. It was impossible for anyone else to lend a hand. Therefore, the person who stopped the emperor tribulation had to be the person who was breaking through. As expected, everyone focused their eyes. Even though they could not see clearly, they were still able to vaguely see a human figure. The figure's entire body was covered by a dense white douqi. It had even formed a douqi barrier within 1,000 feet of his body. At this moment, there was a huge Ling Tian palm in front of him. It was this palm that had unleashed a terrifying strength that had forcefully blocked the emperor's tribulation. Bang! An earth-shaking boom was once again emitted. Everyone saw that the emperor tribulation with a frightening aura was actually forced back by 1,000 feet by that human figure. However, this was not the end. That human figure did not show any signs of weakness. Dense white douqi scattered as the human figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he had once again engaged in battle with the emperor tribulation. Bang, bang, bang! Immediately, a series of explosions shook the sky. Wave after wave of majestic douqi ripples swept across the sky. Even though they were a great distance away, Xiao Yan's group still involuntarily felt a deep chill in their hearts. However, they did not know whether this chill originated from the soul-stirring emperor tribulation or from the mysterious human figure with dense white douqi surging over his body. At the same time, 3 pairs of eyes with various colors were also observing the change in this place from 3 other places. The 3 pairs of eyes were either filled with surprise, or even a trace of a cold smile. It was as though it was not important whether this human figure could break through the Do-D class or not. The battle between the human figure and the emperor tribulation in the sky became increasingly intense. At this moment, Xiao Yan's dark black eyes were focused on the emperor tribulation in the sky. He involuntarily frowned. A surprise involuntarily rose in his heart. It seemed that this emperor tribulation was not as troublesome as Guyu had described. Teach, what does this brat know? This is merely the first emperor tribulation. Humph. If one wishes to truly survive the emperor tribulation, one must endure 6 emperor tribulations. The strength of these 6 emperor tribulations is each stronger than the last. Gu Yu faintly mocked Xiao Yan after having guessed his thoughts. However, before Xiao Yan could retort, another earth-shaking explosion was quickly emitted. The Emperor Tribulation in the sky was actually forcefully shattered by that human figure. Ha! Emperor Tribulation? Is this the Emperor Tribulation? It seems that it is merely all the Bandi Emperors view you as a grave, but you are not even one in my eyes. You are not even a speck of dirt. A human figure emitting dense white do qi stood proudly in the distant sky. His face, which was covered by do qi, revealed a disdainful cold smile. This Emperor Tribulation was really unable to withstand a single blow from him. At the very least, the Emperor Tribulation had been suppressed by him during the collision earlier. Of course, while he spoke these arrogant words, he had forgotten that if he had not swallowed the completed Emperor Tribulation pill, it was likely that he would have difficulty dealing with this Emperor Tribulation. When the figure spat out such arrogant words, it seemed to have completely enraged the thundercloud. Immediately, the pitch-black thundercloud began to churn violently. Within a short span of a few breaths, an aura that was even more terrifying than before began to spread from the thundercloud. At this moment, the expression on the human figure's face, which was covered by do qi, gradually stiffened. Chapter 607. The D-Tribulation with a shocking aura continued for an entire day. In the end, the mysterious man dragged his seriously injured body and forcefully endured the D-Tribulation. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan and the others gradually recovered. Only then did everyone understand just how frightening the D-Tribulation was. Even an expert as strong as a Do D would be in danger of dying in front of it. Xiao Yan bitterly recovered. There was a lingering fear on his face as he quietly withdrew the words he had said earlier. Yu was right. The D-Tribulation was indeed much more frightening than he had imagined. He had underestimated the D-Tribulation. Ooh! Xiao Yan's aura trembled as he slowly exhaled. Only then did he lower his body and land in the city. His eyes looked at the absent-minded crowd in the city. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed traces of shock deep within his eyes. This D-Tribulation is really too frightening. That person from earlier nearly died under the D-Tribulation. If it was me, it is likely that... Xiao Yan's forehead involuntarily revealed traces of cold sweat as he recalled the scene from earlier. He inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself. Only then did Xiao Yan lift his foot and continue to slowly walk into the city. TSK, I haven't even asked you to fight yet. What's there to be afraid of? Although that Emperor's Tribulation is very powerful, you're only a 6-star half-martial emperor right now. Which 6-star half-martial emperor would be able to defeat a 9-star half-martial emperor? Once you reach that level in the future, how can it not be easier for you to pass the D-Tribulation than that fellow? Relax, with your skills, it will be much easier for you when it is your turn to break through. Gu Yu half-joked as he sensed the worry in Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan gently nodded after hearing these words. His heart calmed down. That's right, Gu Yu was right. Currently, he was merely a 6-star bandit. However, with his fighting strength that far exceeded those of the same level, he believed that he would not be able to pass the D-Tribulation by relying on the D-Tribulation pill, the Do D bloodline, and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline when he broke through to the Do D class. Xiao Yan's heart finally sighed in relief when he thought of this. The worry in his heart had been put down, and his entire body immediately felt relaxed. Xiao Yan smiled and lifted his eyes. His spiritual strength spread out and swiftly found a couple of shops within Shilin City. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. His footsteps changed and he instantly unleashed the sky extinction steps. The black-robed human figure immediately transformed into a flowing wind. Before the passers-by around him could sense anything, he had already disappeared from the end of this street. The bright moon hung high in the dark night sky. The bright stars spread across the night sky like silver sand. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on a mountain peak in a certain deep mountain outside of Shilin City. Wave after wave of natural energy gathered toward Xiao Yan from all around. It was not until an hour later that Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed, slowly exited his training state. Xiao Yan helplessly shook his head and sighed. Since he had just broken through to the intermediate 6-star bandit class, The vortex in Xiao Yan's body was unable to gather more dou qi no matter how hard he tried to train. Ugh, looks like I still need some time to get used to it. Otherwise, it will be difficult to increase my strength. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his mouth. He could not help but let out a soft sigh. After the incident during the day, Xiao Yan may have visited all the large and small shops in Shilin City. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan did not find anything that he needed. This caused Xiao Yan to feel helpless in his heart. He could only turn his attention to training. Unfortunately, as Xiao Yan had just broken through to the intermediate 6-star Band D class, he was unable to increase his strength any further in a short period of time. There was still a month before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. Xiao Yan was somewhat at a loss in the remaining month. Sigh. Xiao Yan helplessly curled his lips and waved his hand. A scarlet medicine cauldron immediately landed heavily before Xiao Yan. It was the 10,000 beast cauldron. Since he was unable to do anything at the moment, he might as well refine some medicinal pellets. It could also be considered as increasing his alchemy skills as a rank 2 alchemist. Taking out the medicine cauldron, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A gorgeous flame of desire immediately rose from within the medicine cauldron. Immediately after, Xiao Yan was about to take out some medicinal ingredients and prepare to refine medicinal pellets. However, he immediately frowned and hesitated for a moment. With Xiao Yan's current soul power, refining ordinary rank 2 medicinal pellets was no longer a problem. During the process of refining medicinal pellets, Xiao Yan could even multitask. To the current Xiao Yan, refining rank 2 medicinal pellets was no longer a problem. With his powerful soul power, unless it was a rank 3 medicinal pellet, practically any rank 2 medicinal pellet would be easy for Xiao Yan. To the current Xiao Yan who urgently needed to cultivate his alchemy skills, these medicinal pellets were of no use. Xiao Yan thought for an instant in his heart. At a certain moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. A thought passed through his heart and his spiritual strength immediately separated. They swiftly agglomerated into 9 human figures around Xiao Yan. These 9 figures were the 9 clones that Xiao Yan had condensed using the 9 body transformation technique. Instead of doing 2 things at once, it was better to do 10 things at once. In this way, it would be able to help Xiao Yan increase his alchemist skills. At the same time, he would be able to control these 9 avatars to train. This could really be called killing 10 birds with 1 stone. After doing all this, Xiao Yan suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, many rays of light flew out from the storage ring on Xiao Yan's hand and floated in the void in front of him. Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes and split his mind 10 times. He did his best to control his soul power. Hee, brat, aren't you afraid of eating too much at once? Using the soul power of a rank 2 alchemist to do 10 things at once? Brat, you are the first person I have ever seen to do this. At this moment, even Gu Yu, who was in Xiao Yan's body, could not help but laugh and scold him. Even he did not have much hope in Xiao Yan's crazy actions. However, wasn't it Xiao Yan's character to find the possibility in the impossible? Any despair would eventually be replaced by a glimmer of hope in front of Xiao Yan. Even though it was almost impossible, miracles always happened at the last moment. No one could deny the outcome until the last moment. Although miracles were illusory, there were many times when one had no choice but to believe in them. Moreover, this fellow in front of him did not seem to lack such things. Chapter 608. Puff. Following a soft muffled sound, Xiao Yan, who was standing in front of the huge bright red medicinal cauldron, involuntarily became even paler. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel a heartache when he saw the medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron being burned to ashes once again. Within a short 5 days, the number of medicinal ingredients that had been refined into ashes within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan had already reached 7 sets. These medicinal ingredients were all medicinal ingredients that were used to refine a Tier 2 high-grade medicinal pill. If these medicinal ingredients were taken out and placed on the market, each set would be able to be exchanged for at least 10 million spirit coins. However, it was because of this that 7 sets of medicinal ingredients had been forcefully burned in Xiao Yan's hands. According to the words of an ordinary person, how was Xiao Yan refining medicinal pills? He was basically burning money. It was likely that even the 4 great clans would not dare to squander high-grade medicinal ingredients in such a large manner. TSK, what a pity. Such good medicinal ingredients are gone just like that. What a waste, what a waste. Gu Yu's figure slowly appeared in the empty space beside Xiao Yan. His old face revealed a regretful expression as he spoke in a regretful tone. Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his lips when he heard this. He focused on controlling the 9 avatars. At the same time, he hurriedly withdrew his thoughts and ignored Gu Yu. A thought passed through his mind and the brilliant heavenly flame once again rose from the 1,000-beast cauldron in front of him. With the previous 7 failures, Xiao Yan was undoubtedly even more cautious than before. After the heavenly flame rose, Xiao Yan was not in a hurry to throw the medicinal ingredients into the medicinal cauldron. Instead, he carefully sensed the changes in the temperature within the medicinal cauldron. A long while later, when the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a certain critical point, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. A fiery red flower suspended above the medicinal cauldron was thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiao Yan with a swoosh sound. The instant the medicinal ingredient entered the 1,000-beast cauldron, the magnificent heavenly flame violently pounced on the medicinal ingredient. Even with the medicinal cauldron as a barrier, the terrifyingly high temperatures still caused one to feel a wave of heat. The ferocious heavenly flame was like a mad lion in the medicinal cauldron. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it quickly wrapped around the medicinal herb. The terrifying high temperature crazily gnawed on the surface of the medicinal herb. In just a short moment, traces of blood-like scarlet juice were extracted from the medicinal herb. In less than an hour, all that was left of the medicinal ingredients that had been thrown into the medicinal cauldron was a red liquid that was about the size of a palm. Under the wrapping of the heavenly flame, it was rotating within the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, an extremely powerful and wild medicinal property within the liquid seemed to have come alive at this moment. It emitted a majestic energy that violently smashed against the walls of the medicinal cauldron. It emitted a loud, dang-dang-dang sound that shook one's soul. Faced with this, Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the slightest. He attentively controlled the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, the 9 incarnations beside him also entered a state of frantic training. Magnificent fiery light illuminated the surroundings. 9 enormous Do-Chi vortexes stood in the sky. Their frightening suction power was pouring enormous amounts of Do-Chi into the 9 human figures below. As the medicinal ingredients in the 1,000-beast cauldron before Xiao Yan were being refined, the auras of the 9 incarnations around Xiao Yan gradually became stronger. Currently, among the 9 incarnations, other than one incarnation that possessed the strength of an initial stage 5-star half-martial emperor, the other 8 incarnations were at most 4-star half-martial emperors. There was even one incarnation that only possessed the strength of a 1-star half-martial emperor. Even if the 9 incarnations were to merge into one, their strength would only reach the strength of an advanced stage 5-star half-martial emperor. It would be incomparably difficult for them to help Xiao Yan. Moreover, the enemies that Xiao Yan was facing were becoming stronger and stronger. They had even reached the Do-Di level. When facing enemies of that level, it was simply impossible for him to explode his incarnations to deal with them. As for those below the Do-Di level, it was already very difficult for them to injure Xiao Yan in the slightest. Currently, if Xiao Yan wanted to make use of these 9 incarnations, he would have to increase their strength. Of course, compared to ordinary training, the method of increasing the strength of the incarnations was much simpler. Due to the fact that Xiao Yan's actual body strength had already reached that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, before that, the 9 incarnations would not encounter any bottlenecks to break through. In other words, as long as these 9 incarnations possessed sufficient Do-Chi, it would not be difficult for them to break through to the 6-star half-martial emperor level in a short period of time. However, the enormous amount of energy required for this period of time was nowhere to be found. If he were to follow an ordinary training method with the cultivation speed of these 9 incarnations, He would need at least 10 years to reach the 6-star half-martial emperor level. Moreover, this was under the premise that they did not encounter any bottlenecks to break through. Huff huff huff. Following this crazy training and the crazy refinement of the heavenly flame within the medicinal cauldron, a faint, unusual fragrance slowly drifted out of the medicinal cauldron 10 days later. At this moment, Gu Yu, who was seated beside Xiao Yan and waiting, immediately felt a change in his heart. His turbid old eyes suddenly shrunk and the expression on his old face was filled with shock. At this moment, it seemed as though the entire world had become silent. He did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him had actually succeeded, multitasking 10 times at once. Moreover, he had actually succeeded in the end. This was really too unbelievable. This fellow has actually succeeded. Gu Yu's lips and teeth trembled slightly. His mouth was extremely dry as he slowly uttered these words. The shock in his voice was difficult to describe with words. The moment Gu Yu sniffed the unusual fragrance, he understood in his heart that Xiao Yan was not far from the final step of forming a pill. He believed that in at most 2 days, Xiao Yan would be able to successfully refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Of course, Gu Yu was not surprised that Xiao Yan was able to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. However, the shocking thing was that Xiao Yan was also controlling the 9 incarnations at the same time and crazily training together. This was the most difficult step to achieve. There were many people who could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but if one were to multitask, it was likely that not many people in the entire Yuanwu continent would dare to attempt it. His gaze slowly landed on the interior of the medicinal cauldron. An uneven medicinal pill was rotating within the heavenly flame. Following the refinement of the heavenly flame, the medicinal strength that spread out from the medicinal pill was gradually being absorbed. A lustrous luster was also being revealed bit by bit from the medicinal cauldron. It was like a tender bud that had just sprouted and also like a fruit that had fallen off its leaves. Chapter 609. The pill-forming process continued for an entire day within the bright red medicinal cauldron. This was half of what Gu Yu had expected. In the end, a dense pill fragrance seeped out of the medicinal cauldron like a dense fog. Gu Yu involuntarily frowned when he saw this. If this pill fragrance was allowed to spread, it might end up attracting those fellows with sharp noses. This was not a good thing for Xiao Yan. Gu Yu softly laughed. He waved his large hand and an invisible force swiftly formed an invisible energy barrier around 100 feet from Xiao Yan. The pill fragrance did not have the opportunity to spread under this barrier. However, even though Xiao Yan controlled the pill fragrance from spreading in all directions, the originally clear and bright sky suddenly changed color at the same time that the medicinal pill was being formed within the medicinal cauldron. The originally clear sky had turned into a rolling lightning fog in the blink of an eye. Rumbling thunder continuously sounded. Within a short couple of breaths, a dark black thundercloud had already occupied the empty space above Xiao Yan's head. However, this thundercloud still showed signs of continuing to spread. Gu Yu's face, which had just recovered, once again frowned when he saw this scene. An ordinary Tier 2 medicinal pill would not be able to stir such a large thundercloud. Unless, Gu Yu's eyes suddenly hardened when he thought of a certain possibility. While his heart was shocked, his sharp eyes immediately looked at the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiao Yan. More accurately speaking, he was looking at the Tier 2 medicinal pill that had just been refined within the medicinal cauldron. Could it be? This brat is really too frightening. Rumble. The skin at the corner of Gu Yu's eyes twitched intensely. Both of his eyes appeared as though he was looking at a monster as he looked at Xiao Yan. The dark black thundercloud in the sky began to become restless after his soft muttering sounded. Who? Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath of air that had been suppressed in his chest. He had not breathed a sigh of relief for half a month. At this moment, a smile, as though he had just survived a calamity, finally surfaced on his pale face. Finally, I have succeeded in refining it. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his mouth. Only then did he slowly lift his eyes. His body, which was seated on the mountain peak, did not move. His eyes looked at the sky, where the thundercloud was churning intensely. Pill lightning Come at me if you have the ability. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into a faint arc. He was not the least bit nervous about this pill lightning. Instead, there was a cold smile on his face. It seemed that this thing, which could cause the expressions of most alchemists to change, was nothing to him. The thundercloud, which was churning intensely, seemed to have sensed the cold smile in Xiao Yan's heart. In the next moment, the aura of the thundercloud, which was churning intensely, became even more frightening. Soon after, a huge crack appeared in the middle of the dark black thundercloud, as though it had been forcefully torn apart. Soon after, bang! A frightening thunderbolt with a frightening aura suddenly fell from the thundercloud in the sky. Its target was Xiao Yan below, as well as the medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Haha, if you are the Emperor Tribulation, I will really not be a match for you. However, since it is pill lightning, Xiao Yan laughed out loud. His seated body did not move. It was as though he was waiting for the arrival of the pill lightning. At the same time, the might of the pill lightning soared after being provoked by Xiao Yan. The invisible space collapsed wherever it passed. Even the world could not help but tremble in front of it. Humph! Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan merely let out a cold laugh in exchange for this single lightning. In the next moment, Xiao Yan waved his hand when the pill lightning was about to land. A glow suddenly flashed on the storage ring on his finger. A black light immediately shot out in a lightning-like manner. In an instant, the red light covered the empty space around him. Soon after, it violently collided with the pill lightning that was heading toward him. Bang! The world shook. An earth-shaking explosion resounded in all directions. At the same time, the attention of everyone in Shilin City was once again attracted by the thundercloud in the sky outside the city. After half a month, these people could not help but recall the scene from half a month ago when they saw the thundercloud again. However, at this moment, this thundercloud was clearly closer to them compared to the thundercloud from half a month ago. Moreover, based on what everyone knew, this thundercloud was undoubtedly a pill lightning. Since it was a pill lightning, these bandy experts in the city would involuntarily feel a curiosity and greed in their hearts. Immediately, numerous rays of light leaped into the sky from the city. All of them swiftly flew toward Xiao Yan's location. After the explosion, the black ray of light was violently sent flying by the sky-high thunderbolt. At the same time, the pill lightning was also forcefully blocked. The black ray of light landed and transformed into the figure of the Northern King. At a closer look, a frightening force had forcefully smashed a huge hole in the chest of the Northern King. It looked extremely frightening. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening it would be if the thunderbolt from earlier landed on a living person's body. Although this was the case, when Xiao Yan looked over, the huge hole in the chest of the Northern King was rapidly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King had completely recovered. Moreover, after being struck by the pill lightning, not only was the Northern King not injured, but his black skin had also become even darker. Many thumb-sized thunderbolts continued to flow on the surface of the Northern King's body. At a closer look, purple gold light quietly appeared on the surface of the Northern King's body. Huh? The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily hardened when he sensed this. Soon after, a joy swiftly rose from the bottom of his heart. This kind of situation was something that Xiao Yan had seen on the golden demon puppets back then. When the color on the puppet's body changed, it proved that the puppet's strength was about to enter the next level. The little change that was happening to the Northern King in front of him indicated that the strength of the Northern King was about to surpass the Ban D class and enter the elite Do D class. For the current Xiao Yan, this could be said to be a truly earth-shaking joy. Currently, the opening of the desolate ancient remains was imminent. Experts from all over the world had gathered in Shilin City. Forget about the Ban D class experts, there were at least 10 elite Do D class experts. At this moment, the little change of the Northern King had created a huge problem in Xiao Yan's heart. If the Northern King broke through to the Do D class, he would have greater confidence in this trip to the desolate ancient remains. Chapter 610. Bang bang bang. Rumbling thunder sounded in all directions. A dark black thunderbolt collided intensely with a black light in the sky. Within a short moment, The two of them had already collided over 100 times. Numerous frightening energy ripples that could destroy the world continued to sweep across the empty space. The pill lightning, which was originally able to rely on the strength of the world to temporarily gain the upper hand, gradually fell into a disadvantage after exchanging over 100 blows with the Northern King. The Northern King was a puppet. Its body did not have any feeling when it fought. As long as Xiao Yan did not open his mouth to stop the fight, the Northern King would definitely fight to the death with its opponent. Moreover, when faced with the pill lightning, regardless of how strong it was, it could only be gradually swallowed by the Northern King's special ability and become a part of the Northern King's strength. The Northern King's undying and indestructible body, coupled with this strange ability to become more valiant the longer it fought, was the most frightening pill lightning in the hearts of most alchemists. However, to the Northern King, it was the best medicine to raise its strength. Bang! Following an earth-shaking bang, the pill lightning in the Northern King's hand was actually forcefully shattered by a punch. The enormous pill lightning was forcefully shattered into pieces by the Northern King's hand. Before the thunderbolts scattered, an extremely frightening suction force suddenly surged out of the Northern King's body. This suction force specialized in dealing with thunderbolts. In the blink of an eye, the shattered pill lightning that permeated the sky was completely swallowed by the Northern King. At the same time, the purple-gold flowing light on the surface of the Northern King's body gradually became clearer. At this moment, the purple-gold flowing light had already covered over half of the Northern King's body. From the looks of it, it was likely that the Northern King would advance to a Do-D soon. At that time, Xiao Yan would no longer be afraid even if he were to face an elite Do-D. After the Northern King completely absorbed the pill lightning, the dark black thunderclouds in the sky once again began to churn intensely. Compared to before, Xiao Yan was even able to sense the deep destructive strength being emitted from the thunderclouds. If Xiao Yan was the one who received this attack, it was likely that he would be seriously injured even if he could receive it. Unfortunately, the Northern King was beside him. Regardless of how strong this pill lightning was, it was destined that it would not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan today. Rumble! An earth-shaking rumbling thunder was once again emitted. The cold-faced Northern King once again raised its eyes. Its pair of empty eyes stared at the churning thunderclouds in the sky. Immediately, a bang sounded as the Northern King's hands suddenly clenched tightly. Its feet violently stomped on the empty air and the empty space under its feet immediately collapsed. The Northern King's body was like a sharp arrow as it instantly cut through the empty air and violently charged into the thunderclouds. Rumble! Soon after, the churning thunderclouds began to fluctuate even more intensely. Bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, as though it wanted to forcefully blast the Northern King out of the thunderclouds. From the looks of it, the thunderclouds were like a flock of sheep that had been charged into by a wolf. Even if the thunderclouds were to unleash all of its strength, it was still unable to withstand the Northern King's terrifying devouring strength. When Xiao Yan once again raised his eyes and looked over, he realized that the vast thunderclouds that had originally covered the entire sky had unknowingly shrunk to a radius of a few hundred feet. Under Xiao Yan's gaze, the thunderclouds were churning violently and the strength within them was rapidly weakening. Xiao Yan was even able to clearly see that the thunderclouds were rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was likely that it would be completely absorbed by the Northern King in a moment's time. Xiao Yan was not happy when he saw this scene. Instead, he was worried. Although the Northern King had already reached the critical point of breaking through to the Do-D class, it would still be difficult for it to break through without sufficient lightning strength. At this moment, the pill lightning was about to be completely exhausted. He did not know if the Northern King would be able to successfully advance to the Do-D class before the pill lightning completely disappeared. At this moment, a group of Ban D experts in the distant sky were swiftly flying towards Xiao Yan's current location. They could see the thunderclouds swiftly shrinking in the distance. This involuntarily caused the speed at which everyone flew forward to become a little faster. Finally, the thunderclouds in the sky completely disappeared. The final bolt of lightning transformed into a lightning snake. With a flash, it was absorbed into the Northern King's body to be refined. Seeing that the pill lightning had dissipated, The color of the North King's body had almost turned into a purplish gold color. However, even so, the North King's eyes were still pitch black. Clearly, even though the Northern King's strength had greatly increased to the point that it could be called a Do-D, there was still a gap between the current Northern King and a true one-star Do-D. Just this point alone was sufficient to cause the Northern King to be unable to defeat an elite Do-D. Of course, if one really wanted to compare them, the current Northern King could be said to be unrivaled under the Do-D class. Although the Northern King was not a Do-D, it was already stronger than a Do-D. It could be said that the current Northern King was an elite quasi-Do-D. Ugh, damn it. It would have been great if that pill lightning could have lasted a little longer. Otherwise, the Northern King would have been able to successfully advance to the Do-D class. Unfortunately, what a pity. Xiao Yan sighed softly with some unwillingness in his heart. Only then did he turn his gaze back to the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He curled his lips slightly and the seal in his hands swiftly changed. In the blink of an eye, a fire ring was added to the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was the transforming pill ring. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was gradually lifted into a comfortable smile as he looked at the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron. Immediately, he beckoned with his large hand and the lid of the 10,000 beast cauldron opened. Soon after, a round, jade-like medicinal pill landed in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan randomly put away the medicinal pill. He turned his eyes and looked in the direction of Coldstream City. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that there was a large group of people swiftly rushing toward him from that direction. It was not difficult to imagine that this group of people had been attracted by the pill lightning that he had triggered when he had refined the medicinal pill earlier. However, even if they had come now, it was already too late. The pill lightning had scattered and the medicinal pill had already landed in Xiao Yan's hand. Regardless of how fast these people came, it was ultimately useless. Brat, why are you so anxious? This puppet of yours might not have truly reached the Do-D class, but isn't it about to? Moreover, there is still a powerful thunderbolt strength remaining within the Northern King's body. As long as the Northern King completely absorbs that thunderbolt strength, it will be an easy matter for it to advance to the Do-D class. At this moment, Gu Yu's soft laughter that was filled with ridicule was vaguely transmitted over. Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily became startled when he heard this. He quickly recovered and a joy appeared on his face. He knew that since Gu Yu had spoken, he would definitely know what the Northern King needed to do in order to swiftly raise its strength to the Do-D class. Old Gu, I have already told you not to be too anxious about everything. No matter what it is not good to be too eager for quick success. However, this puppet of yours is really demonic. It is actually able to turn the thunderbolt strength into its own. From what I can see, this puppet of yours has already agglomerated quite a lot of thunderbolt strength. As long as it can absorb all of that thunderbolt strength, it will not have any difficulty advancing to the Do-D class. Chapter 611. When the half-martial emperors arrived at Xiao Yan's location, the place was already empty. Apart from a mountain range full of potholes, there was nothing left. At the moment of his death, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. Although they could smell the faint pill fragrance in the air, they were unable to determine the direction in which the alchemist had left. As such, even if everyone wanted to investigate the origin of the medicinal pill, they had no way of doing so. By the time everyone returned angrily, Xiao Yan had already returned to Coldstream City. There was less than half a month left before the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. Xiao Yan did not plan to go anywhere else in the remaining half a month, nor did he plan to stay cooped up in his room to cultivate. Instead, he wanted to use this half a month to have a good rest. Ever since he had left the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan had been constantly traveling and fighting with others. Although this kind of training could increase Xiao Yan's strength at the fastest speed, Xiao Yan's body was also left with many hidden injuries after the battles. Those internal injuries might appear insignificant and could be easily suppressed by relying on medicinal pills. However, medicinal pills were after all an external object. In a situation where he did not get any rest, the repeated accumulation of injuries in his body might not appear to be much, but once it accumulated, it would not be a good thing for Xiao Yan's training in the future. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with pain and pain. Other than this, Xiao Yan's body still had many remnants of medicinal strength left behind from using medicinal pills. These medicinal strengths also needed to be eradicated. Otherwise, if they were to accumulate for a long time, it would sooner or later affect Xiao Yan's training. On the way back to his residence, Xiao Yan did not forget to use his spiritual energy to investigate the city. Sure enough, under the investigation of Xiao Yan's spiritual energy, the current Shilin city had changed a lot compared to half a month ago. Currently, the number of half-martial emperors in Shilin city was more than twice the number of half-martial emperors in Coldstream city. Even so, there was still a large number of half-martial emperors gathering outside the city. Currently, Shilin city could be described as a sea of people as far as the eye could see. Everywhere one looked, there was a surging sea of people. Noises could be heard unceasingly. The entire city was filled with a flourishing and lively atmosphere. The thing that caught Xiao Yan's attention the most was that there were over a dozen Daoist experts in Shilin city. These Daoist experts had all come here for the desolate ancient ruins. From the looks of it, the desolate ancient ruins this time is quite attractive. Xiao Yan softly muttered in his heart. Unknowingly, a pressure involuntarily surged out from within his heart. A Daoist was still quite a great threat to the current Xiao Yan. Although the strength of the Northern King in the storage ring was comparable to a Daoist, it was still difficult for Xiao Yan to gain a foothold in Shilin city, where many Daoist experts had gathered. The trip to the desolate ancient ruins this time around would likely be more difficult than Xiao Yan had imagined. While Xiao Yan was squeezing through the crowd and moving forward, a couple of powerful auras were suddenly transmitted over from the northern sky outside of Shilin city. The one that attracted the most attention was one of the auras. The strength of that aura caused one to involuntarily feel shocked in one's heart. Ha! The expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately changed the moment he sensed that aura. He could clearly sense that the owner of that aura was a Daoist. Moreover, that person's strength could definitely be called the strongest person in Shilin city. 3-star Daoist. His eyes involuntarily revealed a solemnness. He had originally thought that the desolate ancient ruins this time around would at the very most attract an ordinary 2-star Daoist. However, Xiao Yan had never expected that a mere desolate ancient ruins would actually be able to attract a Daoist of this level. 3-star Daoist. Even though he could only be called a low-class Daoist among the Daoist experts, a 3-star Daoist was sufficient to suppress everyone in the city at this moment in Shilin city's current situation. How can this be? Although this remains as quite attractive, it is not sufficient to cause a 3-star Daoist to appear. Xiao Yan's heart was incomparably solemn as he softly muttered. The expression on his face, which was covered by the black robe, was grave. Soon after, the expression in his eyes once again changed. The group of people in the northern sky had already arrived in the sky above Shilin city. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan sense that there was another Daoist present in this group. Moreover, the aura of this Daoist was much weaker than the former. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan still involuntarily frowned after probing the true strength of this elite Daoist. The strength of this second Daoist had actually reached the level of a 2-star Daoist. Although it was only at the initial stage, the most shocking thing was that under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, this 2-star Daoist was actually a young man. Who is this person? He has actually reached the level of a Daoist. Don't tell me that he is a member of the 4 great clans? Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. As someone of the same generation, this was the first time that he had seen such a young Daoist. This involuntarily caused him to feel astonished. While Xiao Yan's thoughts were flying, the group of people in the sky also slowly descended. Only then did everyone in the city clearly see the faces of this group of people. The person leading this group was an old man wearing a long blue-colored robe. The old man's appearance was ordinary. However, the thing that was memorable at a glance was the 2 long snow-white eyebrows of the old man. This old man was the 3-star Daoist that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength had probed earlier. At the same time, he was also the strongest person among this group of people who had descended at this moment. Xiao Yan's gaze shifted downwards. Immediately, the expression in his eyes became dull. He saw that on the chest of this old man was a badge that represented his clan. It was reflecting a dazzling light under the sunlight. Xiao Yan immediately understood in his heart. No wonder the strength of this group of people was actually so extraordinary. No wonder they are so strong. They are actually members of the Zhuo clan. Tsk, they are indeed worthy of being the leader of the 4 great clans. Even the strength of the younger generation of the clan is so strong. The strength of the Zhuo clan can also be seen at a glance. Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in his heart. Immediately, his eyes looked deeply at this old man. It was a long while later before his gaze slowly shifted away and turned to the side of the old man. At this very moment, beside the old man, there was a handsome young man who carried an air of arrogance between his brows. His hands were behind his back as he stood with his head held high and his chest puffed out. He was the 2-star Daoist that Xiao Yan had probed earlier. It must be said that by being able to reach the level of a 2-star Daoist at such a young age, it was likely that this young man's future would be extraordinary. If he were to grow up, it was likely that there would be a place for him among the peak experts of the Western region in the future. This Zhuo clan is really extraordinary. In order to nurture such an outstanding member of the younger generation, the entire clan must have spent quite a lot of training resources. It was not difficult to see just how deep the foundation of the Zhuo clan was by being able to nurture a member of the younger generation to such a level. Xiao Yan nodded slightly. His eyes slowly swept over this young man. His gaze continued to look behind him. There were a few handsome men and beautiful women standing behind him. Each of their faces carried an arrogant expression. However, they were much inferior when compared to the former. Just as everyone's attention was on this group of people, the old man with long eyebrows, who was the leader, suddenly turned his gaze. His pair of sharp eyes instantly looked toward the eastern sky. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was among the crowd, also looked toward the eastern sky when the old man turned his head. At this very moment, there was another similarly powerful aura that was swiftly flying in the direction of Shilin City. Chapter 612. Who is this person? Don't tell me that he is also from the 4 great clans? After seeing the Zhuo clan, Xiao Yan's heart instantly became suspicious of the other aura that had suddenly appeared at this moment. This aura might belong to one of the 4 great clans. Haha, Zhuo Bentang, it has really been a long time since we last met. Before the person had arrived, a voice that was filled with arrogance was transmitted over in a vast and mighty manner like thunder. The voice was so loud that even the sky involuntarily trembled. Hoba, it has been so many years since we last met. It is unexpected that you have actually broken through to the 3-star Daoist class. The leader of the Zhuo clan, the old man who was called Zhuo Bentang, coldly replied in an indifferent tone when he heard the loud laughter that was filled with arrogance. Haha, Zhuo Bentang, on the other hand, why is your strength still stuck at the initial 3-star Daoist class after so many years? Don't tell me that you have been sleeping all these years? A group of people wearing embroidered robes slowly landed on the ground in the sky. The leader of this group was an old man with a rough face. The corner of his mouth contained some ridicule as he stared at Zhuo Bentang. The words that came out of his mouth were not polite at all. The passers-by around them hurriedly squeezed to the side when they saw this group of people descend, creating an enormous empty space. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Zhuo Bentang and Huoba. 3-star Daoist. This was the true strongest person in Shilin City. If anyone dared to anger him, he would be able to slap them to death in this place. Who would dare to offend such a strong person? At this moment, the scene between Huoba and Zhuo Bentang was just like the Sun clan and the Bai clan that Xiao Yan had seen earlier. Although these few clans were factions under the Heavenly Sword sect, their relationship with each other was not friendly. On the contrary, they had been in an abyss of suffering for so many years. Of course, one did not need to think too much to guess that the Heavenly Sword sect was definitely secretly manipulating the 4 great clans for so many years. The Heavenly Sword sect did not wish for the 4 great clans to completely fight each other, but it also did not wish for them to return to peace. Its ultimate goal was to strengthen its own foundation. Although this kind of tactic appeared quite mischievous, a discerning person would be able to immediately understand. However, This tactic of the Heavenly Sword sect was always effective. At the very least, the four great clans were not peaceful. This was a situation that the Heavenly Sword sect wished to see. No matter how the four great clans fought, with the Heavenly Sword sect as a check and balance, the one who would ultimately benefit would be the Heavenly Sword sect. Although the upper echelons of the four great clans understood the meaning behind this, they ultimately did not choose to live peacefully for their own benefits. It was also because of the open and covert struggles between the four great clans that the Heavenly Sword sect possessed an extremely terrifying foundation among the four great sections. This was also the reason why the other three sects were most afraid of the Heavenly Sword sect. Humph! Zhuo Bentang bitterly curled his lips. He was too lazy to argue with Huoba about who was right and who was wrong. This time around, all the clans had come for the desolate ancient remains. Before they came, the clan head had repeatedly warned them that no matter how big of a conflict they had with the other three clans, they must prioritize the desolate ancient remains. As long as they obtained the treasures within the remains, the other three clans would naturally deal with them in the future. Thinking until this point, Zhuo Bentang finally withdrew his gaze with an unhappy face. He softly said a few words to the young man beside him. Immediately, he turned around and headed toward the residence that he had already booked. Behind him, everyone from the Hua clan also followed Huoba's instructions and headed toward the residence that they had booked in advance. Xiao Yan glanced at these two clans from within the crowd. His heart involuntarily emitted a cold laugh. When a dog bites another dog, the crazier the bites, the better. This would also make it convenient for him to fish in troubled waters when the time comes. Otherwise, if they were to reveal a group of friendliness, it would cause Xiao Yan to feel uncertain in his heart. When he saw that the two clans had left, Xiao Yan simply used the sky extinction step and instantly disappeared into the crowd. In a short while, he had already returned to the inn that he was temporarily staying at. After entering the room and confirming that he did not attract any attention, Xiao Yan sat down on the bed and began to secretly think about his next move. Earlier, when Zhuo Bentang and Huoba were cursing each other, Xiao Yan had also swiftly investigated the overall strength of the Hua clan. Other than the leader, Huoba, who was an initial 3-star Dodi, there was another young elite Dodi in the Hua clan like the Zhuo clan. His strength had also reached the level of an advanced 1-star Dodi. Although he could not be compared with the 2-star Dodi of the Zhuo clan, this did not allow Xiao Yan to underestimate him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily felt a deep shock because of this. Within a short day, he had met two elite Dodi of the same generation. Even with Xiao Yan's character, his heart involuntarily felt a shock when he encountered such a thing. After recovering, Xiao Yan organized his thoughts. Currently, he could be considered to have met all four great clans under the Sky Sword sect. From the looks of those two people earlier, it was obvious that they were not the clan heads of the Zhuo clan and the Hua clan. They should only be deacon elders of their respective clans. Even though this was the case, their strength was not much different from the clan heads of the Bai clan and the Sun clan. It was difficult to imagine just how great the strength of the clan heads of the Zhuo clan and the Hua clan were. It was likely that they were at least 4-star Dodi. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened. When he thought of how the opponents he would face in the future were already this strong while he was still lingering around the Bandi class, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a prickling sensation on his back. Strength. In this world, without strength, one is really worse than a pile of dog shit. Xiao Yan cursed angrily in his heart. When he recalled the arrogant expression on the face of that young man from earlier, he immediately felt an unwillingness in his heart. In the blink of an eye, there were only 5 days left until the opening of the desolate ancient remains. Finally, today, two auras that Xiao Yan found familiar appeared in the sky above Shilin City. Sun Shua, Bang. Xiao Yan softly muttered the names of these two people. His body, which was seated cross-legged on the bed, did not move even a little. Although these two people had come to Shilin City, Xiao Yan was not the least bit worried that they would discover him. With the black robe that was agglomerated from the Great Way of the Void, Xiao Yan's aura had been completely covered. Currently, unless he took the initiative to release his aura, no one would be able to detect his aura. At the same time, when Bai Ying and Sun Shua appeared in the sky above Shilin City, the other two clans in the city had also sensed their auras. Immediately, four pairs of eyes shot out in unison. Separated by layers of buildings, an intense exchange took place in the invisible empty space. Chapter 613. The arrival of Bai Ying and Sun Shua in the sky above Shilin City immediately attracted the attention of quite a number of people in the city. With regards to the two clan leaders of the two great clans, who had recently caused an uproar, everyone was prepared to watch a show. Now that the two of them had appeared, it was inevitable that a commotion would be stirred. Aren't they the patriarchs of the Sun family and the Bai family? I heard that 3 months ago, these two families were fighting over Xiaoyan. However, in the end, he was taken away by the patriarch of the Bai family. That's right. Not only was he taken away by the Bai family, but he was also taken away from the headquarters of the Sun family, the Coldstream City. I heard that after this incident, many elders of the Sun family were dismissed by the patriarch of the Sun family. There were even a few elders with high positions who were killed by the patriarch of the Sun family in a fit of anger because they didn't dare to take action against Xiaoyan. Take action? Are you joking? I was present at that time. All of you might not know this, but that Xiaoyan is not an ordinary ferocity. He relied on himself, a 6-star bandit, to oppress everyone in the city. At that time, there were over a dozen 9-star bandit emperors present. There were countless 7-star and 8-star bandit emperors. However, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan was like hammering watermelons in front of him. Hundreds of bandit emperors were all defeated by him alone. Yet, he still dared to say that he would fight? How could he take action against Xiaoyan? At that time, the people of the Sun family were scared out of their wits. Who would dare to take action against Xiaoyan? Wouldn't that be courting death? That's right. Later on, even the clan head of the Sun clan suffered a setback in Xiaoyan's hands. Half of his face was beaten until it was even larger than its original head. Even the clan head was beaten until he became like this. Who else could step forward? That's right. It is said that the reason Bai Ying was able to take away Xiaoyan so easily was because Xiaoyan forced the patriarch of the Sun family back and injured him. That was why he took the opportunity to take away Xiaoyan. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what would happen to the Sun family. In the city, everyone looked at Bai Ying and Sun Shua in the sky with a mocking expression. They boasted to each other about the shocking battle 3 months ago in the Coldstream City. However, unknowingly, everyone's topic had quietly shifted from Bai Ying and Sun Shua to Xiaoyan. This made Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and using his soul power to probe the conversations of the people, feel embarrassed. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Xiaoyan wondered if the Xiaoyan was him or not. Even though this was not the first time he had heard such public opinion, it was still a little too exaggerated. In the sky, Sun Shua and Bai Ying had different expressions as they listened to the whispers from the crowd below. At this moment, the two of them had different thoughts in their hearts. This was especially so for Sun Shua. After hearing the words of the people below, his entire face could be said to be extremely gloomy. The matter 3 months ago was still a great pain in Sun Shua's heart. If it were not for Bai Ying's sudden intervention at that critical moment, Xiaoyan would have already been in the hands of his Sun family. However, the final result was something no one had expected. At this moment, when he thought of the scene when Bai Ying suddenly attacked that day, a nameless fire appeared in Sun Shua's heart. His sharp and domineering gaze instantly pierced through the void like a sharp arrow and shot towards Bai Ying, who was also standing in the void. In the face of Sun Shua's invisible pressure, Bai Ying was not afraid at all. He suddenly waved his sleeve and an invisible pressure immediately spread out in the void. At the same time, it easily blocked Sun Shua's invisible force. After doing all this, Bai Ying put his hands behind his back and looked at Sun Shua with an unhappy expression. He let out a soft snort and said in a low voice, "Patriarch Sun, I wonder what the meaning of this is?" As soon as the words that carried a faint pressure left his mouth, the crowd below immediately quieted down. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and finally stopped on Bai Ying. Soon after, everyone could not help but sneer in their hearts. Bai Ying's words clearly had the meaning of asking the obvious. He clearly knew why Sun Shua was angry, but he could still say such words to provoke him. Bai Ying's actions were clearly looking for trouble. Bai Ying, you are asking even though you already know the answer. If you had not created trouble by the side back then, Xiao Yan would have long since become something that belongs to my Sun clan. At this moment, you actually dare to speak such big words in front of me. How can I tolerate you? Sure enough, after Bai Ying's words sounded, the expression on Sun Shua's face immediately became as gloomy as water. Sun Shua's body suddenly shook as a powerful aura immediately swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, the expressions of almost everyone in the sky and on the ground changed drastically at this moment. Numerous gazes that were filled with fear instantly looked towards Sun Shua. At this moment, the latter suddenly waved his large hand and a terrifying Do-Chi light that contained the fury in his heart immediately smashed ruthlessly towards Bai Ying with a frightening aura that seemed to cover the sky. This attack was so frightening that it caused the complexions of the people in the city below to turn deathly pale. Even some 9-star half-martial emperors' complexions rapidly turned deathly pale after being struck by the might of this attack. An elite Do-Di was really this powerful. If such strength were to land on any bandit in the city below, it would be sufficient to instantly kill him. Of course, this so-called bandit naturally did not include Xiao Yan. After all, the current Xiao Yan was an elite Do-Di in everyone's hearts. Sun Shua, are you really so impatient to start a war with my Bai clan? Bai Ying coldly snorted. He was not afraid at all. His foot stomped on the empty air and a powerful Do-Chi instantly swept out. It transformed into a purple lightning dragon with a flickering lightning glow. In the blink of an eye, it violently collided with the light that was heading towards him. Bang! Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion sounded. Soon after, a powerful energy storm suddenly swept across the sky. The expressions on the faces of everyone in the city changed once again when they saw this scene. At this moment, within the 2 courtyards in the city, the 2 leaders of the Zhua and Hua clan involuntarily squeezed their wrinkled old faces together at this moment. Their gazes were focused on the sky at this moment, and a deep solemnness was revealed in their deep eyes. Chapter 614. After the energy storm dissipated, many gazes once again landed on Sun Shua and Bai Ying. Bai Ying's expression was cold and indifferent as he stared at Sun Shua from the distant sky. The Do-Chi within his body quietly surged as he slowly clenched his hand under his sleeves. At the same time, Sun Shua, who was standing in the empty space opposite him, also had a dark and cold face. An aura surged from his body, causing the surrounding empty space to fluctuate intensely. Although the power of the previous attack was not weak, the strength of the 2 of them were similar. Hence, the 2 of them were not injured. However, this caused the atmosphere in the square to immediately become tense. A thick smell of gunpowder lingered in the noses of everyone. Sun Shua, do you really intend to fight until the sky turns dark with me? Bai Ying's eyes were dark and cold as he spoke in a low voice. The desolate ancient remains was about to open. Although he was not afraid of Sun Shua, he did not wish to create too much trouble before that. What nonsense are you spouting? 3 months ago, you should have been prepared when you kidnapped Xiao Yan. Since you dared to snatch the prey of my Sun clan, I will make you pay the price today. Sun Shua immediately snorted angrily when he heard Bai Ying's words. His body suddenly trembled and an afterimage was left on the spot. His body had already appeared in front of Bai Ying in an instant. His hand was tightly clenched into a fist as it ruthlessly smashed towards Bai Ying's head. Sun Shua, you are really stubborn. If I had not kidnapped Xiao Yan in that big battle, your Sun clan would have been the one to suffer when that mysterious expert descended. It is fine if you do not thank me, but you actually dare to repay kindness with ingratitude. You really do not know what is good for you. Sun Shua suddenly stepped forward. Bai Ying's expression also became cold. His body blocked the younger generation members of the clan behind him as he spat out some words in an icy tone. At the same time, the hand behind his back was suddenly lifted. With a twist of his wrist, his palm faced Sun Shuo in front of him as he ruthlessly swung his palm forward. Boom! With the bang, Bai Ying could not help but take half a step back. As he frowned slightly, his body suddenly shook, sending Sun Shuo flying. Afterwards, he glanced at the disciples of the clan behind him from the corner of his eye. Only after confirming that they had not been affected by the battle did he return his gaze with a sunken face. Sun Shuo, since you want to make a move, then Soon after, while Bai Ying's face was gloomy as he stared at Sun Shuo, who had been forced back, a young man in white robes beside him swiftly stepped forward. He used his hand to press down on Bai Ying's tightly clenched hand under his sleeve. "Father, you can't." A low and deep voice that only the two of them could hear was stealthily transmitted into Bai Ying's ears. Soon after, Bai Ying's expression was slightly startled. He deeply inhaled a breath of air and nodded. The gloomy expression on his face gradually returned to normal. Their goal for coming to Shilin City this time was to obtain the desolate ancient ruins. Before that, they could not allow any mistakes to cause them to miss out on the treasures within the ruins. On the other side, Sun Shuo gritted his teeth hatefully when he saw Bai Ying withdraw his aura, and his expression was gloomy. Just when he was about to attack again, a young man in a white embroidered robe suddenly appeared by his side and stopped Sun Shuo from attacking again. "Lord Father, it is still not the right time to act. Don't forget that there are still people from the Zhou clan and the Hua clan below. These two clans are waiting for us to fight with the Bai clan. At that time, once both our clans are injured, the desolate ancient ruins will be occupied by those two clans." Hearing this, Sun Shuo seemed to have woken up from a dream and remembered the main goal of this trip. Even though there was still anger in his heart, he had to look at the big picture first. The enmity with the Bai family could only be temporarily pushed to the back. "Bai family, Sun Shuo, will make you kneel before my Sun family sooner or later. And the Zhuo and Hua families will not be let off either." After withdrawing his gaze, Sun Shuo's face was still filled with resentment as he cursed. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was currently sitting cross-legged on the bed, also slowly opened his eyes. He gently shrugged his shoulders. He originally thought that there would be a good show to watch. However, he did not expect that once the sons of the two families appeared, they would immediately stop it. "Ugh, I thought that I could sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. I didn't expect that it would end like this." Xiao Yan somewhat lazily straightened his chest and leaped up from the bed. A thought passed through his mind and a large black robe immediately agglomerated and appeared. It wrapped around Xiao Yan's entire body, causing others to be unable to identify him. "However, I heard that fellow call Sun Shuo father just now. Looks like that fellow is Sun Shuo's son. Who another Dodi. However, from the looks of his aura, he should have only broken through recently. This point is similar to that person from half a month ago." Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the strength of Sun Shuo's son was clearly that of an elite Dodi. Although his aura was not stable, one thing that could be confirmed was that he was indeed a one-star Dodi. When Xiao Yan compared it with the D calamity from half a month ago, he could roughly confirm that the D calamity should have been caused by the breakthrough of Sun Shuo's son. It is really unexpected that the foundation of these three clans is really deep. They had actually forcefully pushed the strength of their sons to the Dodi class. However, the strange thing is that the Bai clan is clearly ranked third among the four great clans, suppressing the Sun clan by a head. Why is it that the strength of Bai Ying's son has not reached the Dodi class? Xiao Yan frowned slightly. A feeling of suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. However, he quickly thought about it in his heart and could only push this reason to his training talent. Immediately, Xiao Yan ceased thinking about it. He pulled the black doping over his head and moved his feet, preparing to walk out. During the probing earlier, the strength of Sun Shuo's son from the Sun clan, which was ranked last among the four great clans, had already reached the one-star Dodi class. On the other hand, the strength of Bai Ying's son from the Bai clan, which was ranked at the top, was only at the advanced 9-star Bandi class. There was a great distance between him and the Dodi class. This was also the reason why Xiao Yan felt curious about him in his heart. However, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, suddenly spoke just as he was about to lift his foot and walk to the door of the dormitory. Hee, brat, do you really think that the strength of that brat from the Bai clan is only that of a 9-star bandit? Xiao Yan's hand, which was about to open the door, suddenly paused when he heard Gu Yu's words. Immediately, the expression on his face under the black doping changed slightly. His entire body paused in front of the door. That's right. That brat's strength is indeed only that of a 9-star bandit on the surface. However, this should be because he has something on him that hides his aura. His true strength is not inferior to that brat from the Zhou clan. Gu Yu's tone contained a trace of seriousness. One had no choice but to pay attention to such a person. After Xiao Yan heard Gu Yu's words, his dark black eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His heart also felt incomparably surprised. Even with his spiritual strength, he was unable to detect that fellow's true strength. This Bai clan had really hidden themselves very deeply. Xiao Yan finally exhaled a deep breath of air a moment later. His face revealed a grave expression. At the same time, he spoke to Gu Yu in his heart. Old Gu, do you mean that his true strength is actually a 2-star Dodi? Chapter 6:15. In front of the door, Xiao Yan's face was stunned as he stood in the same spot. His pair of dark black eyes were filled with shock at this moment. He really did not expect that the young master of the Bai clan had actually hidden his strength. That fellow is actually a 2-star Dodi? Xiao Yan's heart tightened. In this way, the enemy that he would have to face would be even stronger than he had imagined. It was likely that this trip to the desolate ancient remains would be even more difficult. However, thinking about it from another angle, Xiao Yan had another thought. If it was really as Bai Ying had told him back then, that the Bai clan had a grudge with the Heavenly Sword sect, in that case, it would be reasonable for the young master of the Bai clan to hide his strength. If the Bai clan really wished to join hands with him, this trip to the desolate ancient remains would be much easier. At this moment, the two clans in the outside world also carried cold smiles as they slowly walked up to the sky from the city below when they saw Sun Shuo stop. Cuckoo, the head of the Bai clan and the head of the Sun clan have also arrived. With the both of you around, this trip to the desolate ancient remains will be much more lively. Otherwise, wouldn't it be boring if there were only our two clans? Zhuo Bentang wore a fake smile as he stared at Bai Ying and Sun Shuo in the sky. His shriveled hand fondled the white beard on his chin as he laughed. On the other side, Huoba from the Hua clan was also standing in the sky. A young man in a black robe was following beside him. This person was the eldest son of the Hua clan. He was also the other elite Dodi in the Hua clan's group this time around, other than Huoba. That's right. Elder Zhu is right. If the two of your clans did not participate in this trip to the desolate ancient remains, the Zhou clan would only need to be able to deal with me. The others would not be a concern. At that time, all the things in the desolate ancient remains would belong to the Zhou clan. Unfortunately, the two of you did not end up fighting. Elder Zhou must be feeling quite uncomfortable in his heart right now. Huoba stared at Zhuo Bentang with a mocking smile. His words did not leave any room for negotiation. This caused the expression on Zhuo Bentang's old face to immediately darken. Huoba's face still carried a cold smile in response. However, before he could open his mouth again, a young man in fluttering white clothes quickly stepped into the air. A pair of eyes that were as sharp as arrows instantly looked at Huoba. That gaze caused one's face to feel a piercing pain. It was as though a sharp arrow had pierced one's face. The moment the sharp gaze shot over, Huoba seemed to have sensed it and suddenly turned his head. A pair of overbearing eyes instantly stared in the direction of the gaze. 8th Elder Hua is quite eloquent. With just a few simple words, you've managed to degrade my Zhou family to such an extent. The white-clothed young man had his hands behind his back as he stepped into the air with a calm expression. He gave off a refreshing and otherworldly feeling. However, the words that came out of his mouth were exceptionally cold, causing a chill to swiftly rise from the bottom of one's heart. When he heard the latter's cold words, Huoba did not dare to be careless. Although the young man in front of him was not as powerful as him, Huoba could not afford to underestimate him in the slightest due to his status. Why does the crown prince have to take it so seriously? I was just joking. You don't have to take it seriously. When that time comes, I believe that both our families will fight for it based on our own abilities. However, right now, our 4 great families have finally reunited after so many years. The atmosphere can't be so solemn every time, right? Hoba laughed as his gaze quickly swept across the entire place. In the end, it stopped on the young man in the brocade robe beside Sun Shura. Hoba's eyes brightened as he once again laughed out loud. His gaze stared at the young man in the brocade robe as he laughed out loud. Haha, this must be the crown prince of the Sun clan, Sun Hanshi. I have always heard that the crown prince has always focused on training and rarely shows himself in front of others. It is unexpected that you have already trained to the Do D class. Looking at your aura, it is likely that the D calamity earlier was your D calamity, right? When Hoba's words were uttered, everyone's eyes successfully shifted from him to the brocade-robed young man, Sun Hanshi. Sun Hanshi's expression did not change when he sensed the gazes that everyone had shot over. He slowly swept his gaze over everyone present. Finally, his eyes met the eyes of the crown prince of the Zhou clan. Zhou Lin. Sun Hanshi's eyes narrowed into a straight line as he softly spoke with an extremely grave expression. Zhou Lin was the eldest son of the Zhou clan. At the same time, he was also the person with the greatest training talent among the younger generation of the 4 great clans. At such a young age he had already become a 2-star Do D. It was rumored that he was not only the future clan head of the Zhou clan, but he was also one of the few core disciples of the Sky Sword sect in the future. If he were to grow up, the Sky Sword sect would definitely rely on him in the future. This also caused the other 3 clans' crown princes to have some ill feelings toward him. However, due to his frightening training talent, no one had been able to replace his position until now. You are no good. Sun Hanshi's gaze was exchanged with Zhou Lin's light and disdainful words. Compared to him, Sun Hanshi had only just broken through to the Do D class. On the other hand, he had already reached the level of a 2-star Do D 2 years ago. There was no comparison between the two of them. Even the future Sun Hanshi would definitely not be a match for Zhou Lin. Sun Hanshi's expression changed. His face revealed a furious expression. However, Zhou Lin turned his gaze and looked at the crown prince of the Hu clan. Compared to the former, the latter's strength had already reached the level of an advanced 1-star Do D. Even though this was the case, he was still met with a cold and disdainful word from Zhou Lin. You are also no good. Upon hearing this, the expression of the black-robed young man changed. However, in the end, he still inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed down. In the end, a strange icy glint flashed across the depths of his eyes when he looked at Zhou Lin. Immediately, Zhou Lin's gaze once again turned. Finally, it arrived at the Bai clan. The expression on Bai Ying's face changed when Zhou Lin's gaze shot over. The eyes of the white-robed young man by the side narrowed. The Do Chi within his body was swiftly withdrawn into the vortex space as he prepared to face this fellow in front of him. However, when Zhou Lin's gaze had just arrived at the position of the Bai clan, the members of the Bai clan had already made their preparations. However, Zhou Lin's gaze skipped over Bai Ying and the white-robed young man beside him in front of everyone's stunned eyes. The appearance of this scene did not only cause everyone in the city to be stunned. Even Bai Ying, the young man beside him, and Xiao Yan, who was currently in the house, were also stunned. Immediately, a smile rose within the hearts of the few of them. Chapter 616. The commotion during the day finally ended with Zhou Lin's appearance. After the short meeting between the 4 great clans, they each went into hiding in Shilin City. With the remaining 5 days, no one seemed to want to cause any more trouble. The atmosphere in the city also quietened down as the few forces calmed down. Under the night sky, the bustling city gradually regained its calm. Perhaps there were some black shadows flickering in the darkness, but they did not make the slightest sound. It was as if all the sounds they made were swallowed up by the pitch-black night. Although the day had passed, the night in Shilin City was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Under the shroud of the night, not only did the magical beasts outside the city awaken, but it was also the time for some powerful people to meet. There was no wind tonight. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the bright night sky was dotted with stars. It was as if the Milky Way covered the horizon. On a wide street within the city, the street was as bright as snow under the bright moon. Without the hustle and bustle of the day, this place appeared incomparably quiet at this moment. Adding the radiance of the bright moon, it caused this place to have a different kind of scenery. On this street, at this moment, a black-robed young man was holding the back of his head with both hands. A bored smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Under the brilliance of the bright moon, his originally pitch-black eyes were reflecting a bright light. The young man's eyes stared at the huge silver moon in the sky. Under such a strange scene, the moon seemed exceptionally bright and huge, as if it was right in front of his eyes. At this moment, the black-robed young man's eyes were fixed on the silver moon that seemed to be right in front of him. Out of nowhere, a beautiful figure dressed in green with a faint smile on her lips appeared in the silver moon. Gradually, the black-robed young man's vision was replaced by this beautiful figure. The thoughts in his mind also sank into deep memories and longing. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan finally slowly recovered. He opened his mouth slightly but helplessly closed it again. Soon after, another extremely alluring lady appeared in Xiaoyan's mind in the midst of his memories, which were filled with longing. Just like the former, she also appeared in Xiaoyan's mind. I wonder how Sun Er and Kai Lin have been all these years. That little girl Xiao Xiao has likely grown up. Back then, I told her that she would leave the clan to train after she matured. I wonder how she is now. His forward footsteps slowly came to a stop. Xiaoyan lifted his eyes and looked at the vast starry sky above his head. Both of his eyes were filled with memories. The people and matters of the past flew past one by one in his mind. His father, teacher, the little fairy doctor, Ziyan Yun Yun, and even his friends from the Jianan Academy. The appearance of these people and the things that happened with him repeatedly replayed Xiaoyan's mind. Of him, it was as if it had happened yesterday, yet today. His mouth once again emitted a helpless sigh. Xiaoyan stood in the same spot. Both of his eyes were slowly shut. Numerous thoughts swiftly rotated in his mind. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan gradually withdrew them. His mind also gradually recovered. Soon after, just as Xiaoyan was preparing to leave this place, the movement caused by the collision of two douqis in the dark night was swiftly discovered by Xiaoyan, who was an alchemist. Of course, a battle that occurred in the dark night was not considered strange. If it was any other time, Xiaoyan would definitely ignore it. However, this time around, Xiaoyan could clearly sense the two auras that were currently colliding. Today, Xiaoyan had sensed them during the day. Those auras belonged to Sun Hanxi of the Sun Clan and the heir of the Bai Clan. Under the illumination of the silver moon, Xiaoyan's eyes that reflected the bright light slowly narrowed. With a thought, the black robe on his body immediately wrapped around his entire body. In an instant, Xiaoyan's aura had already been completely concealed. His body flashed and he instantly used the sky extinction step. Xiaoyan, who was still standing in the middle of the street a moment ago, had already turned into a cool breeze and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, deep within a remote alley. At this moment, two human figures were standing on one side. Both of them were staring at each other with hostility. The one standing on the left was the heir of the Sun Clan, Sun Hanxi. The one opposite him was the heir of the Bai Clan. Bai Zhan. Since it is inconvenient for the elders of our clans to fight, tonight, the two of us will help our clans determine who is superior. The corner of Sun Hanxi's mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His feet gently stomped on the ground. Immediately, an icy blue douqi swiftly surged out from his body. At this moment, the temperature of the space where the two of them were located swiftly dropped. Cuckoo, ever since I have advanced to the Do-D class, I have not had a proper fight with anyone. Today, I will use you as a test. Sun Hanxi's expression was cold and indifferent as he stared at Bai Zhan. He lifted his right hand gently. Immediately, an icy blue douqi swiftly agglomerated at his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into an icicle that was a couple of inches long. The icicle, which was even sharper than the tip of a needle, was suspended in midair and pointed directly at Bai Zhan. Once Sun Hanshi's raised hand was lowered, the icicle would instantly pierce toward the former. Bai Zhan's gaze stared intently at the icicle with a sharp aura. His eyes narrowed and a grave expression was revealed on his cold face. His feet involuntarily took half a step back. After which, he raised his eyes and looked at Sun Hanshi. He coldly said, "Sun Hanshi, is this the reason why you have called me out today?" "That's right." Sun Hanshi similarly replied with an icy cold tone. At the same time, his index finger rotated under the icicle. The icicle emitted a bone-chilling cold air that caused people to feel a chill strike their backs when they saw it. "You are currently an elite Do-D, yet you are here to humiliate me, a Ban-D. Don't you think that your actions are very embarrassing?" Bai Zhan's gaze was grave. A layer of purple-colored lightning lingered over the surface of his body as he spat out the words from his mouth. He was constantly on guard against Sun Hanshi's sudden attack. "Cuckoo, Bai Zhan, don't you find it laughable when you say such words in front of me? Although there is a great gap between our strengths, we are of the same generation. I am merely representing my clan to spar with you. As long as I do not die, I believe that your father will not dare to do anything to me." Sun Hanshi's mouth was filled with a cold smile when he heard Bai Zhan's words. It seemed that he had already expected the latter's words. Bai Zhan was just about to move when he saw this. However, Sun Hanshi, who was in front of him, was one step faster than him. With a wave of his finger, the icicle immediately penetrated through the air like a sharp arrow. It carried a sharp whistling sound as it shot towards Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan's expression suddenly changed when he saw Sun Hanshi suddenly attack. He knew in his heart that Sun Hanshi had come prepared. His body hurriedly withdrew when his expression changed. However, he had only taken a couple of steps back when the wall behind him blocked him. Damn it! Bai Zhan's face became even more furious when he was unable to withdraw. He waved his large hand and a purple-colored lightning glow immediately shot out from his palm. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a long lightning spear. Bai Zhan's wrist abruptly shook as the long spear entered his hand. An enormous force shot out. Soon after, the sharp spear tip that was agglomerated from Do Qi violently collided with the icicle that was coming toward him. Bang! However, Sun Hanshi, who was currently an elite Do-D, possessed a strength that was far from what Bai Zhan could compare with. That icicle merely made contact with Bai Zhan's long spear before the strength on the icicle violently shattered the long spear in an extremely overbearing manner in an unstoppable manner. The cold smile on the corner of Sun Hanshi's mouth widened when he saw this scene. On the other hand, the long spear in Bai Zhan's hand was shattered inch by the icicle that was piercing toward him. At the same time that he was furious in his heart, he was forced to release the shaft of the spear in his hand. His body swiftly dodged to the side while his palm was suddenly thrown forward. Lightning covered it and flashed. Soon after, it once again collided with the icicle. Bang! An intense rumbling sound was emitted from this area where no one was present. A powerful Do Qi wave suddenly swept through the alley. Immediately, the sound of a wall collapsing could be heard. The house behind Bai Zhan where he was standing earlier had actually collapsed with a loud bang. Bai Zhan's body was already buried within it. "Haha, Bai Zhan, looks like your Bai clan will be stepped on by my Sun clan sooner or later." Sun Hanshi's face was filled with a ferocious smile. He rotated his wrist and clenched his hand into a fist. Ice-cold Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his hand. At the same time, numerous icicles were swiftly formed in the sky above the ruins. In an instant, a countless number of icicles were formed in a densely packed manner. All of them were like stalagmites that pointed their sharp ends toward the ruins below. Soon after, a thought passed through Sun Hanshi's mind. In an instant, a countless number of icicles shot out at the same time. They fell like raindrops and violently pierced into the ruins below. Humph humph. Sun Hanshi involuntarily let out a cold laugh when he saw that there was no aura of resistance being emitted from the ruins. Soon after, the expression on his face instantly changed. At a certain spot in the ruins in front of him, a pile of ruins that had been buried by bricks was suddenly blasted apart by an aura. Rock fragments shot out. Only then did Bai Zhan, who was lying under the ruins, turn his head around. His face was covered in blood as he looked at the current Xianxia. His eyes were filled with fury and resentment. She? Bai Zhan's voice was hoarse as he spat out the name of the former, which he wished he could shatter into pieces. His entire body trembled. Both of his hands forcefully supported himself on the ground as he slowly climbed up. Xianxia parted his mouth and smiled when he saw this weak manner of Bai Zhan. His dark and cold smile caused one's heart to feel extremely terrified. Soon after, Xianxia's feet suddenly stomped on the ground. His body instantly leaped into the air. His body twisted in the air and immediately stepped heavily on the back of Bai Zhan, who was about to get up at this moment. Bang! Following an intense explosion, rock fragments shot out. Bai Zhan's body was violently stepped on by Xianxia. A frightening huge force instantly poured out. Dust flew and numerous cracks, which were as thick as a person's thigh, swiftly spread around Bai Zhan's body like a spider web. Ugh! Under Xianxia's feet, Bai Zhan's mouth emitted a painful groan. His body trembled as he attempted to struggle once again. When the former saw this, his nose emitted a cold snort. He frowned and his body leaned forward slightly. At the same time, the foot that was stepping on Bai Zhan's body suddenly exerted force. A frightening huge force poured out once again. With a bang, the ground around the two of them suddenly collapsed. Bai Zhan's body also sank downwards. Bai Zhan, compared to you standing up, I prefer the way you are being stepped on by me. Xianxia looked down from above. The foot that was stepping on Bai Zhan's body exerted even more force. Bai Zhan's mouth involuntarily emitted a painful groan after receiving such a serious injury. At the same time, bright red fresh blood continuously surged out from his mouth. His originally pale face also became increasingly pale at this moment. Xianxia let out a cold laugh. His foot was slowly lifted into the air. His expression immediately turned cold as he once again viciously stomped down on Bai Zhan. Little thing from the Sun clan, get lost. You dare to hurt my son. Do you believe that the old me will cripple your Do Chi? However, at this moment, a furious cry that was filled with fury was suddenly transmitted from the sky. At the same time, an invisible wind suddenly swept out. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xianxia. This sudden attack did not cause much of a change in Xianxia's expression. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and increased the force of his foot. Bang! The next moment, an earth-shaking bang suddenly exploded in front of Xianxia. This attack of Bai Ying's was forcefully blocked by another force that had suddenly appeared. At the same time, the remnant Do Chi swept out and forced Xianxia, who was about to land on Bai Zhan, back. Bai Ying, during the day, I gave in to you on account that you are also from the 4 great clans. But are you still thinking of touching my son now? Sun Shua's body slowly surfaced on a roof outside of the ruins after his cold laughter sounded. His expression was dark and cold as his eyes stared at the roof on the opposite side. Bai Ying, who was wearing a white robe, was leisurely standing at that spot. Sun Shua, your son has seriously injured my son with the strength of a Do Di. He must pay the price today. Bai Ying cried out in a hoarse voice. At this moment, it appeared as though the entire Shilin city was trembling. The originally quiet night had also become noisy because of this unexpected change. Numerous people with various emotions flew out of their houses. Their gazes were all different as they looked at the source of the furious cry. When everyone realized that the person was actually the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying, the expression on everyone's faces involuntarily changed. The curses that had reached their mouths were forcefully swallowed back into their stomachs. Ha ha, Bai Ying. Ha Bai Ying, why are you so angry? My son Han Shi only wanted to exchange pointers with your crown prince. His skills were not as good as his opponents, so a loss is a loss. At worst, he can just lower his head and admit defeat. Han Shi did not want to underestimate his opponent, so he used all his strength to show respect to his opponent. Perhaps he used too much strength, but you can't blame my son for that. Sun Shua's face was cold. His eyes stared at Bai Ying on the opposite side. After sensing the violent aura on the latter's body, the Dou Qi within Sun Shua's body was swiftly raised. Thus, Sun Shua would be able to react in time if Bai Ying made any move. Only a little heavy-handed? He is a dignified Dou Di. Would it not be easy for him to defeat my son? Why would he need to use his full strength? He is doing this on purpose. He purposely wants to seriously injure my son and prevent my son from entering the desolate ancient remains. Bai Ying appeared to be gnashing his teeth. The fury in his eyes was about to spew out. His muscular body involuntarily trembled intensely. A low, hoarse roar was emitted from his throat. Powerful Dou Qi continued to surge in the empty space around him. The invisible empty space had already reached the verge of collapse under the pressure of Bai Ying's aura. Since this is the case, at the very most, I will get Han Shi to apologize to your son. Of course, if he admits that he is just a useless person who cannot achieve great things, Sun Shua, can still compensate him with 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills. Sun Shua's face was filled with a mocking smile. He ignored Bai Ying's gloomy water-like face. His eyes slowly shifted downwards and finally landed on Bai Zhan, who was lying in the ruins with a weak aura all over his body. Cough, cough. It was a long while later when Bai Zhan finally climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty in a weak manner. There was even a layer of sand on his bloody face. At this moment, Bai Zhan appeared to be incomparably weak. He first slowly lifted his head and glanced at his father, Bai Ying, who was standing on the roof. After which, he looked at Sun Shua and clenched his teeth. Finally, he violently shook his head. I will never admit defeat. All right, since nephew Bai Zhan is unwilling to admit defeat, his courage is commendable. By being able to possess such courage, nephew Bai Zhan is really not an ordinary person. Han Shi, you have hurt someone. Moreover, it is nephew Bai Zhan. Why are you still not apologizing to him? Otherwise, if his father comes looking for you, even I will have a difficult time. Even at this moment, Sun Shua did not forget to mock Bai Ying again. When Sun Hanshi heard this, he coldly smiled. His gaze immediately turned, and he stared at Bai Zhan with a sneer on his face as he coldly laughed. Brother Bai Zhan, I am sorry. I was careless earlier and was not careful. I am sorry. Although it was an apology, the tone of his voice was filled with cold laughter and disdain. Sun Hanshi turned around to leave after his words sounded. At this moment, Bai Zhan suddenly opened his mouth. Remember, the humiliation today will be repaid in the future. Chapter 617. Under the night sky, Western Lin City was no longer quiet because of Sun Hanshi and Bai Zhan. After the crowd around the ruins left, the people in the city could no longer fall asleep. The pitch-black city immediately became brightly lit. Under the moonlight, the atmosphere in the city gradually became lively. Almost everyone was talking about the incident that happened between Sun Hanshi and Bai Zhan. On the other side, a human figure wrapped in a black robe slowly walked out from a spot not far from the ruins after the Sun and Bai clans had left. The human figure slowly raised his head. The bright moonlight seeped through the gaps of the black robe, illuminating a pair of mirror-like dark black eyes under the black robe that reflected the moonlight. Through the somewhat weak moonlight, one could vaguely see that under the black robe was a young face. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan gently raised his eyes. He opened his dark black eyes and looked in the direction that Bai Zhan's group had left. After which, he looked to the opposite side. That direction was where Sun Shua and Sun Hanshi had left. The corner of the mouth under the black robe was lifted into a cold smile. At the same time, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt surprised for Bai Zhan. Based on what Gu Yu had said, Bai Zhan's true strength was that of a genuine 2-star Dou Di. This kind of strength was not inferior to the heir of the Zhuo clan. However, in order to hide his true strength, Bai Zhan was able to remain calm in the face of Sun Hanshi's humiliation. He ended up being viciously beaten by someone who was clearly weaker than him. Even with Xiao Yan's experience, it was likely that there were only a handful of people who could compare with Bai Zhan in Xiao Yan's memories. Compared to Bai Zhan, Sun Hanshi was an extremely domineering person. He had only just broken through to the Dou Di class, but he was already so arrogant when he did things. With the strength of a Daoist, he randomly bullied those who were weaker than him. Xiao Yan was curious. What would Sun Hanshi think if he were to learn of Bai Zhan's true strength? However, Xiao Yan began to feel increasingly curious about the Bai clan when he thought about it. From the looks of it, it seemed that the Sun clan was unaware that Bai Zhan had reached the Daoist class. From the sudden appearance of Sun Shua and Bai Ying tonight, it was clear that they had been lying in wait for a long time. Sun Hanshi had not only intentionally injured Bai Zhan, but also wanted to use this opportunity to probe Bai Zhan's true strength. Unfortunately, Bai Zhan had been forcefully enduring Sun Hanshi's ferocious attacks from beginning to end. No matter how Sun Hanshi forced him, Bai Zhan had been forcefully enduring. As a result, even when Bai Ying appeared in the end, Bai Zhan did not display his true strength. Bai Zhan would rather be seriously injured by Sun Hanshi than reveal his strength. From this point, it seemed that the Bai clan was intentionally hiding something from the Heavenly Sword sect. Even the other 3 large clans under them did not know about it. At the same time, the thing that piqued Xiao Yan's interest the most was that while the Bai clan and the Sun clan were arguing, Xiao Yan had secretly sensed 2 other auras observing them. There was no need to think too much to guess who the owners of these 2 auras were. They were naturally the 2 leading elders from the Zhua clan and the Hua clan, Zhua Bentang and Hua Ba. From the beginning, the attention of these 2 people had been placed on Bai Ying and Bai Zhan. Clearly, they were also very curious about Bai Zhan's true strength. After all, they were all part of the 4 large clans. Moreover, they were ranked 3rd among the 4 large clans. Currently, even the Sun clan, which was ranked last, had a young master whose strength had already reached the Daoist class. On the other hand, the Bai clan was indeed suspicious. Cuckoo, Xiao Yan let out a soft cold laugh. No matter how much trouble the 4 large clans caused, it had nothing to do with him. Currently, Xiao Yan was only concerned about the matter of the desolate ancient ruins. Currently, there were only 5 days left until the opening of the desolate ancient ruins. During these 5 days, Xiao Yan needed to raise his condition to its peak. Only in this way would he be able to obtain a share of the loot during this trip to the desolate ancient ruins. Xiao Yan raised his head and looked at the bright night sky. A beautiful woman appeared in his mind. His heart involuntarily became a little absent-minded. Immediately, he inhaled a deep breath of air. The black robe covered a small portion of Xiao Yan's face that was revealed. After which, his body, which was standing on the spot, trembled slightly. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body instantly disappeared from this place. On the other side, Sun Shua and his son, who had just returned from the Sun clan's encampment, had smiles all over their faces. This was not just because Sun Hanshi had beaten up Bai Zhan. Ha Hanshi, father is now almost certain that the strength of that little bastard from the Bai clan has not reached the Daoist class. After returning to the living room of the encampment, Sun Shua sat down on a chair. The smile on his face was not hidden at all. The joy in his heart was completely displayed on his face. Ha, that's right. Father, during the process of me attacking just now, that fellow did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate. He could not even block an ordinary attack of mine and was seriously injured by me 3 times in a row. The current Bai Zhan is likely to be seriously injured. I believe that he, the young master of the Bai clan, will definitely not be able to participate in this trip to the desolate ancient ruins. Sun Hanshi, who was seated opposite Sun Shura, similarly revealed a cold smile on his face. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. His words were filled with disdain and ridicule. At the same time, within the Hua clan, Hua Ba and the young master of the Hua clan were standing on the same roof. The 2 of them also firmly believed that Bai Zhan's strength was a 9-star bandi. After all, there was almost no elite Daoist who could endure such humiliation. To be stepped on by someone whose strength was inferior to theirs. This kind of humiliation was something that no one could endure. However, the atmosphere in the Zhua clan's encampment was different from the previous 2 clans. Zhua Bentang's old face contained a smile. His figure appeared respectful as he stood in the small courtyard. In front of him was a spotless white-clothed Wang Lin, who was seated beside a stone table in the courtyard. His hand was gently lifting a lustrous jade cup. His sharp eyes stared at the jade cup in his hand. His face revealed an expression of deep thought. You said that Bai Zhan was crushed by Sun Hanshi? Yes, young master. Zhuo Bentang's face was respectful as he replied. Although the strength of Zhuo Lin in front of him could not compare with him, the latter's position caused the few upper echelon elders in the clan to have no choice but to treat him with respect. Even though Zhuo Bentang was the leader of the Zhuo clan in front of everyone during the day, he knew that the true decision-making power of their group was in Zhuo Lin's hands. Did he resist? Zhuo Lin gently placed down the jade cup in his hand and asked faintly. Yes, he did. However, in front of Sun Hanshi, it was useless. Zhuo Bentang told the young man in front of him all the information that he had found out. The latter would occasionally frown and nod his head. A moment later, Zhuo Lin finally opened his mouth and asked, What do you think of Bai Zhan's strength? Zhuo Bentang involuntarily raised his eyebrows when he heard that Zhuo Lin had actually passed this question to him. He felt surprised in his heart. Could it be that his young master was still doubting Bai Zhan's true strength? Even though he was doubtful in his heart, Zhuo Bentang did not dare to act rashly in front of Zhuo Lin. He could only carefully consider in his heart before answering honestly. Young master, this subordinate thinks that Bai Zhan's strength is indeed that of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Otherwise, if even you think so, then I'm sure that the Hua clan and the Sun clan would also think so. They both think that Bai Zhan is only a 9-star half-martial emperor. Zhuo Lin's feminine slender fingers lightly tapped on the ice-cold table. The words that came out of his mouth caused Zhuo Bentang, who was standing respectfully to the side, to feel as if he had suddenly woken up from a dream. The expression on his face rapidly changed. Immediately, an extremely shocked expression emerged from the bottom of his heart. If it was truly as his young master had judged, then this Bai Zhan was truly too frightening. To be able to endure being forcibly stepped on by someone whose strength was clearly inferior to his, how frightening was Bai Zhan's temperament? If it was truly like this, then when Bai Zhan displayed his strength in the future, it was likely that even the 4 great sects would be shocked. Young master, this shouldn't be possible, right? At this very moment, even with Zhuo Bentang's cunning temperament, he could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. At the same time that he looked at Zhuo Lin, his mouth involuntarily spat out doubtful words. Hearing that, Zhuo Lin's cold and indifferent expression did not fluctuate much. He only slowly inhaled a breath of air. After thinking for a while in his heart, he once again asked Zhuo Bentang, Let me ask you, how many years has it been since Bai Zhan became an advanced 9-star half-martial emperor? Hearing those words, Zhuo Bentang's expression was slightly startled. Immediately, he rotated his eyes and hurriedly replied, Young master, it has already been 13 years. Zhuo Lin gently nodded his head. He softly repeated Zhuo Bentang's words. After that, he softly muttered, 13 years? 13 years, huh? I also used 11 years to raise my strength from a 9-star half-martial emperor to a 2-star Dodi. Once these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang by the side immediately appeared to have thought of something. The pupils of his eyes suddenly shrunk and an expression of disbelief was revealed on his old face. The breathing from his nose became slightly sluggish at this moment. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. Young master's words, could it be that? However, immediately following this, Zhuo Lin suddenly raised his hand and stopped Zhuo Bentang's action of continuing to speak. At the same time, a clear and cold voice was once again spat out from his mouth. Don't rashly jump to conclusions about anything. Perhaps I am simply thinking too much. However, you only need to remember that you must be careful of the Bai and Hua clans. As for that Sun clan, they are nothing more than a group of useless wild dogs. Raise them when you need them, and slaughter them when you don't need them. Once these words were spoken, Zhuo Bentang by the side immediately bowed and nodded. Although Zhuo Lin's words sounded extremely calm, the chilling killing intent hidden within them caused one's hair to stand on end. Even Zhuo Bentang, who was also a member of the same clan, was no exception to this. The Bai clan's encampment. There was not a single person in the quiet courtyard. Although this was the Bai clan's encampment, everyone in the Bai clan had been ordered to stay in their rooms. Without the clan leader's summons, no one was allowed to take even half a step out of their rooms. Hence, even though the commotion outside had been great, all the members of the Bai clan could only stare blankly from within their rooms. Even though they wanted to investigate, they were blocked by the aura that enveloped the courtyard. Helpless, the group of Bai clan members could only obediently stay in their rooms. At this moment, the blood-covered Bai Zhan and the gloomy-faced Bai Ying were seated in a spacious hall that was empty of people in the courtyard. After swallowing a Tier 3 medicinal pill, the injuries on Bai Zhan's body had clearly recovered. The bleeding wounds on his body had already stopped, and the dark red blood swiftly condensed into a layer of blood scabs. Bai Zhan's silly white face also recovered its rosy color. "Zhan, are you all right?" The atmosphere in the hall was silent for a long time. Only then did Bai Ying open his mouth and ask Bai Zhan with an ugly expression. Father, don't worry. I'm fine. I only suffered some superficial wounds. As for the rest, with the medicinal pill, it's nothing." Hearing Bai Ying's slightly complicated tone, Bai Zhan chuckled and said with an indifferent expression, "Zhan, this is all your father's fault. If I didn't insist that you hide your strength, how could that little bastard from the Sun clan be your match?" Bai Ying glanced at Bai Zhan and slowly lowered his head. His face was filled with guilt. Father, why are you sad? You should be happy. It doesn't matter that I was beaten up by that guy. Most importantly, I believe that apart from the Zhou clan, the other two clans already believe that my true strength is that of a 9-star half-martial emperor." Hearing Bai Zhan's words, Bai Ying slowly frowned. Indeed, it was as Bai Zhan had said. Of the 4 great clans, the other 2 were easy to deal with. However, the Zhou clan, especially the Zhou clan's heir, Wang Lin, was very suspicious and observant of everything. Even if the Bai clan's trick could easily fool the Sun clan and Hu clan, it would still be very difficult for them to get past Wang Lin. The Zhou clan is merely relying on the might of the Heavenly Sword sect. In the end, it's nothing more than a dog under the Heavenly Sword sect's feet. Once the Heavenly Sword sect falls, let's see who your Zhou clan can use as protection. Bai Ying's eyes narrowed as he fiercely slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair. At the same time, wood chips exploded as he slowly spoke those cold words. The night was still fine and the city below had gradually returned to its calm state. After returning to his residence, Xianxia heavily lay down on his bed. His normally tense body had completely relaxed. In just a short moment, he had sunk into his dreams. In the next few days, more and more experts arrived in Shilin City. The crowded city could be said to be overcrowded. As for the 4 great clans, they didn't take a single step out of their homes. They were completely entrenched and quiet. Until the 5th day, the day when the desolate ancient ruins opened. Chapter 6:18. When the first ray of morning light pierced through the sky and landed on the silent land, the darkness of the night was completely expelled in the blink of an eye. The central world was awakened from the night. Countless living creatures were awakened at this moment. At the same time, the figures hiding in the dark corners quietly concealed themselves. Shilin City, which had been silent for an entire night, was awakened the moment the sun shone down. Numerous figures impatiently scuttled out from various parts of the city and flew into the sky. Their eyes were fiery hot as they looked towards the south outside the city. That was the direction of the Shilin mountain range. In 4 different directions within the city, the members of the 4 great clans also left their respective encampments one after another and flew into the sky. Many pairs of eyes were like the people around them as they looked towards the southern horizon. At this moment, Xiaoyan, who had slept for 5 days, finally woke up in a daze from his bed. His eyes, which were in a deep sleep, slowly opened. Immediately, the glaring sunlight shot into his eyes. Immediately, the tiredness from his 5 days of deep sleep quickly disappeared like the receding tide. Xiaoyan's pair of slightly lost eyes also regained their calmness in an instant. They were like a deep spring, dark and deep. After waking up, Xiaoyan's body shook slightly and he successfully got up. At the same time, a huge spiritual strength swiftly swept out and observed the various movements within Shilin City. "Oh, looks like it's time for the desolate ancient ruins to open." Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. He was surprised that he had slept for 5 days in one go. However, after waking up, Xiao Yan's mental state was completely at its peak. Additionally, Xiao Yan's strength had only increased recently. It could be said that the current Xiao Yan was at his peak in all aspects. Under this condition, Xiao Yan was even confident that he could easily face a Dou Di who had just broken through. Spirit gathering fruit, I'm coming. Xiao Yan once again muttered in his mouth. His body flashed and disappeared from the room the next moment. In the outside world, Xiao Yan, who had revealed his body, was covered by a dark black robe in the sky. The glaring sunlight mercilessly fell. However, when it shone on the large black robe that Xiao Yan was wearing, it seemed to have been thrown into an endless void. The glaring light was instantly swallowed. This scene also caused some of the Bandi experts, who had coincidentally passed by Xiao Yan, to involuntarily change their expressions. One after another, they threw strange gazes at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Yan chose to ignore their gazes. With the black robes, Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Yan's eyes. Of the 4 great clans. Let's go. Today, it's time for us to experience the desolate ancient remains. Hua Ba from the Hua clan laughed out loud. His gaze swept across the group of Hua clan members behind him. Soon after, he did not hold back. His body moved and he swiftly flew towards the Shilin mountain range. Once the members of the Hua clan had flown some distance away, the members of the Zhua clan did not stand on ceremony. With Zhua Bentang leading them, a group of more than 10 people moved and flew towards the Shilin mountain range at a distance away from the Hua clan. Afterwards, the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying, viciously glared at the Sun clan members. His eyes were filled with fury. Soon after, he turned his head and hatefully said, "Let's go." Then, he led the group of Bai clan members behind him and followed closely behind. Among the Sun clan members, Sun Shuo and Sun Hanshi by the side swept past all the members of the Bai clan. Only when they did not see Bai Zhan's figure did they smile coldly. They raised their heads and waved their hands to the members of the Sun clan behind them, after which they also moved. Following the departure of the 4 great clans, the other people in Shilin City also flew together at this moment. Immediately, numerous Douqi light pillars shot to the sky. An enormous human flow surged in the sky as they majestically flew in the direction of the Shilin mountain range. Looking from a distance, such an enormous human flow appeared as though an enormous army was sweeping through the sky. Wherever the crowd passed, the mountain forest below appeared to be covered by a dark cloud. The magical beasts that were originally quietly resting within the mountain forest were also frightened by this earth-shaking aura until they fled in all directions. Following the departure of the thousands of Bandi experts from the Shilin mountain range, this enormous mountain range had completely descended into panic at this moment. Numerous human figures swiftly fled and hid within the mountain range. They were not real humans. Instead, they were Bandi-class magical beasts that had transformed into humans after their strength had reached the Bandi class. However, it was because of this that these Bandi-class magical beasts, who were usually filled with killing intent, involuntarily felt a wave of fear in their hearts at this moment when they saw the enormous human flow in the sky, which was like a cluster of dark clouds. Moreover, other than the Bandi class, there were also super experts at the Dou Di class among this group of people. Xiao Yan had been following this enormous human flow along the way. The people from the 4 great clans were leading the way from a distance. This caused the magical beasts in the mountain range below to scatter in all directions before they arrived. During the flight, Xiao Yan looked at the familiar mountain range below. He involuntarily curled his mouth helplessly. He had stayed in this place for a couple of months during the past couple of months. He could be said to be extremely familiar with the terrain. However, he did not expect that the so-called desolate ancient remains would actually be located deep within the Shilin mountain range. 4 hours later, this vast and mighty human army finally arrived at their destination, the entrance to the desolate ancient remains, as they flew without any scruples. However, when Xiao Yan saw the familiar scene in the mountain range below, his dark black eyes under the cover of the black robes suddenly shrunk. A surprise immediately rose within his heart. He did not expect that the entrance to the desolate ancient remains would actually be here. Everyone's gaze lowered. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a vast and boundless lake. The lake was so big that one could not see the end of it with a glance. The strangest thing was that at this moment, the entire lake revealed a blood-like scarlet color. It looked extremely frightening. The air was filled with a bloody stench that caused one to feel nauseous. When everyone in the sky saw the blood-colored lake below, everyone's eyes similarly revealed a shocked expression. In their hearts, it was even more difficult to imagine that this scarlet lake was actually dyed by fresh blood. At this moment, the shock in Xiao Yan's heart could not be any greater. This was because this blood-colored lake was where the narwhal snake's lair was located. Chapter 619. How can this be? It is actually here. Among the crowd, Xiao Yan, who was covered by a black robe, tightly knitted his brows. He had never imagined that the entrance to the desolate ancient ruins would actually be here. Although Xiao Yan did not have a good impression of the narwhal snake, he did not reject it either. Now that he had seen the blood in the lake below, Xiao Yan did not doubt that it was the narwhal snake's blood. From the looks of it, the narwhal snake had most likely already died at the hands of some human experts. After all, in the Shilin mountain range, no other magical beast would dare to anger a super magical beast whose strength had reached the level of a 9-star half-emperor. Even magical beasts of the same level as the 9-star half-emperor would rarely invade the territories of other magical beasts. Now that the narwhal snake had already died, it was likely that only humans would be able to do so. Helplessly shaking his head, Xiao Yan could not help but feel pity in his heart. After all, it was very likely that the narwhal snake had become the last narwhal snake in this world. Even Xiao Yan would be somewhat reluctant to let it die at the hands of a human expert. The narwhal snake was exceptionally talented. Its bloodline was an extremely noble existence even among all snake-type magical beasts. If it had been able to mature, the narwhal snake's strength would likely not be too weak in the future. At the very least, it would not have been a problem for it to reach the level of a source ancestor. However, since the narwhal snake had already died, it was useless for Xiao Yan to feel any pity in his heart. After letting out a soft sigh in his heart, Xiao Yan could only helplessly withdraw his gaze. Currently, he should be most concerned about the desolate ancient ruins. However, before this, ever since he had arrived at this place, Xiao Yan had always had a question in his heart that he had not been able to answer. This was why Gu Yu, who was in his body, did not discover anything about the desolate ancient ruins when he had first arrived. Old Gu, why? There is no need for you to ask about this. The last time I came here, I was indeed unable to detect anything different. From the looks of it, the owner of this remains is likely quite powerful. This question had just appeared in Xiao Yan's heart when Gu Yu rejected it. This caused Xiao Yan to swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. At this moment, before Xiao Yan could answer the doubts in his heart, the blood-colored lake below suddenly began to churn. Countless pairs of eyes in the sky uniformly landed on the blood-colored lake below. At this very moment, everyone's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. The desolate ancient ruins was finally going to open. Chi. The blood-red lake churned intensely. The originally calm surface of the lake began to churn like boiling water at this moment. A countless number of human figures in the sky surged out the dou qi within their bodies. Powerful auras immediately agglomerated into a frightening pressure in the sky. At the same time, various colored and beautiful dou qi shot to the sky, transforming into numerous dou qi light pillars that shot to the 9 heavens. Their auras were like rainbows. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion, and their hearts were burning with passion. The opening of the desolate ancient ruins was imminent, and they were only waiting for the moment when it truly opened. Then, everyone would enter in a single file. At that time, all the treasures in the desolate ancient ruins would depend on the methods of everyone present. If one was quick, one would obtain something. If one was slow, one would not obtain anything. Everyone understood this principle. However, no one present wished to give up this opportunity to be quick. Many figures swiftly descended. Finally, they paused in the air 100 feet above the lake. The bloody scent that permeated the air became even denser at this point. This caused everyone's breathing to involuntarily become a little hurried. The more this was the case, the denser the bloody scent that everyone inhaled became. Chi. An even denser bloody scent was emitted from the lake as it churned. It turned into a scarlet-red fog that slowly drifted into the sky. When everyone in the sky smelled this bloody scent, their expressions involuntarily changed. The instant they smelled the bloody scent, everyone felt that the dou qi within their bodies involuntarily had a tendency to go berserk. This kind of situation caused everyone present to be incomparably shocked in their hearts. The final result of a dou qi going berserk would be to cause a practitioner to explode and die. No one present was willing to die in such an unresigned manner. Immediately, the people below who were near the lake stood up. Numerous human figures swiftly turned around and flew toward the sky. However, at this moment, chi. Numerous blood pillars that reached the sky shot up from the lake below. Before those human figures in the sky could respond, the blood pillars that were as thick as a person's leg violently pierced through the chests of those people like numerous enormous spears. Immediately, fresh blood splattered in the sky. Those people, whose eyes were still fiery hot a moment ago, had already turned into a pile of corpses in the blink of an eye. As the blood pillars fell, numerous corpses that had lost control emitted a plop sound as they fell into the violently churning lake below. They disappeared in an instant. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of everyone in the sky to change drastically. Who could have imagined that this scarlet-red lake, which appeared to be dyed by fresh blood, was actually able to kill a couple of bandy experts with one strike? This could really be described as frightening. In the blink of an eye, the wild heat in the eyes of everyone in the sky disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a deep fear. Other than those elite dou di, most of the bandy experts among the thousands of people had thoughts of withdrawing at this moment. Of course, at the same time, most of them were driven by greed. Everyone was hoping in their hearts that everything that had happened just now was the result of their eagerness for quick success. They were seeking their own deaths and they could not blame anyone else for this. At this moment, they believed that as long as they waited patiently, they would be able to easily enter the desolate ancient ruins when the entrance was completely opened. At this moment, the hearts of the four great clans and even more elite dou di were filled with disdain. Although the blood pillars that had appeared earlier were quite strong, they could only deal with a bandy class expert. They did not pose much of a threat to them. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, believed that with the addition of the heavenly flame, it would not be a problem for him to finish off those blood pillars with his strength. With the earlier matter, everyone had become much more well-behaved at this moment. They watched the bloody lake below churn increasingly intensely. In the end, the scarlet-red lake water slowly withdrew. An enormous scarlet-red hole appeared in the middle of the lake. At this moment, an even more intense bloody aura slowly drifted out from within it. Upon seeing this scene, the hearts of the crowd in the sky were not alarmed but instead rejoiced. Numerous gazes that were filled with greed swiftly shot towards the entrance of the cave. Even the leaders of the four great clans revealed a joyous expression on their faces. At this moment, the desolate ancient remains had finally been completely opened. Chapter 620. Charge, the desolate ancient remains has been opened. The eyes of the countless number of human figures in the sky immediately turned bright red when the scarlet-red lake water withdrew and the entrance to the remains appeared in front of everyone's sight. Their throats emitted a low and deep greedy roar. Countless numbers of figures instantly became like locusts as they charged explosively toward the deep hole in the middle of the blood-colored lake below. Compared to these people who were charging forward, Xiao Yan and the members of the four great clans in the sky stood in a towering manner. They did not charge forward because of the unusual movement of the people in the sky at this moment. Just as the crowd suspiciously swept their gazes over the members of the four great clans, in the next instant, a portion of the people below, who were about to enter the entrance of the ruins, suddenly began to swell uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the bodies of the dozen or so half-emperors present had swelled to an unimaginable extent. At this moment, the people who were rapidly descending seemed to have received a shock. They hurriedly stopped their rapidly descending bodies and hurriedly turned their bodies around, preparing to fly up into the sky. However, just when these people thought that they could escape death in their hearts, those Bandi experts below, whose bodies had swelled to the limit, were finally unable to continue suppressing the wild and violent Do Qi within their bodies. Amidst numerous painful screeches, the swollen bodies of those Bandi experts below suddenly exploded. A nose-piercing bloody scent swept over the sky like a storm. Accompanying it was an even more frightening energy storm. The expressions of the group of Bandi experts in the sky suddenly changed when they saw this energy storm. They hurriedly pulled back. Those elite Do-di waved their sleeves and scattered the energy that was heading toward them. Xiao Yan, who was in the middle of the energy storm, did not show the slightest change in his expression under the black robe. He allowed the storm to sweep over his body. The energy that it contained was completely swallowed by the great way of the void on his black robe. Although the others each possessed their own life-saving methods, there were still quite a number of people who were swallowed by the storm that was filled with a wild and violent nature. Of course, Xiao Yan's group, who were a little further away, might have the opportunity to respond in time. However, those Bandi experts who were close by did not even have the time to maneuver their Do Qi. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Bandi experts were swallowed by the frightening energy storm. Everyone's aura completely disappeared in an instant. Everyone in the sky looked down after the storm scattered. The entrance to the remains below still appeared unusually calm. However, not even the corpses of those Bandi experts who had been swallowed by the energy storm could be seen at this moment. Gulp. Although those Bandi experts were nowhere to be seen, everyone present could clearly see that the Scarlet Lake water, which had retreated, had once again begun to churn at this moment. Numerous enormous bubbles surged out from within. The bubbles emitted a bang and burst apart the moment they came into contact with the air. They transformed into scarlet blood that merged with the lake water. Immediately, the originally scarlet-red lake water became even more glaring. At the same time, the instant the bubble burst, a dense bloody aura also drifted up. It gradually spread in the air above the lake, just like a dense fog. Such a strange scene immediately caused everyone present to fall into chaos. The atmosphere in the area had also become extremely tense. The strange scene that had occurred earlier caused the hearts of all the half-emperors present to be as quiet as cicadas in winter. A deep chill crazily surged out from the bottom of their hearts. Those were nearly 100 Bandi experts. Yet, all of them had died in such an unknown manner within the blink of an eye. This kind of matter was really unbelievable. The leaders of the 4 great clans also turned their gazes to the scarlet lake water below. Their deep eyes involuntarily revealed a solemn expression. Compared to the strange bloody fog, this lake water was the thing that truly caused them to be afraid. As expected, this remains is indeed not so easy to enter. From the looks of it, it should be a formation of quite a high tier. It is actually able to rely on blood to affect the Do Qi within a person's body. It is really frightening. Indeed, from the looks of the great strength, it is actually able to cause a high-class Bandi to lose the ability to resist. From this, it can be seen that the tier of this formation is quite high. It is likely that it is at least a Tier 3 formation. TSK, Tier 3 formation. That is a super formation that can shake an elite Do-di. It is unexpected that it would actually appear here. The few high-class Bandi in the sky used resentful eyes to look at the churning lake water below. They involuntarily rejoiced in their hearts. The reason why they did not move was because they wanted to follow the footsteps of the 4 great clans and enter the remains. It was also because of this that these people were able to survive this calamity. Haha, this remains is really extraordinary. I have long heard that its owner was once an expert at the Origin King class. Now that I have seen it, it is indeed extraordinary. Huaba laughed out loud as he lowered his head to look at the entrance of the remains in front of the crowd. The scarlet lake water coupled with the bottomless entrance to the remains caused one's pores to stand on end. The deep remains appeared to be filled with a mysterious color. At the same time, it also seemed to contain an endless amount of killing intent. Huaba's eyes looked around him after his loud laughter sounded. He involuntarily parted his mouth and smiled when he saw that no one was moving. His eyes looked at the other 3 clans around him and laughed. Heh, don't the 3 of you want to go in and take a look? The other 3 clans looked at each other when they heard this. They saw that the other party did not move. The Bai clan and the Sun clan did not speak. However, as the leader of the 4 great clans, the Zhua clan, Zhua Bentang chuckled and cupped his hands towards Huoba. Haha, my Zhua clan has always done things in an orderly manner. We are not in a hurry. If Elder Hua wants to go in and take a look, please do. Huoba's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he heard Zhua Bentang's words. He nodded slightly and cupped his hands toward Zhua Bentang. He put on a fake smile and said, "Ha, good. Since the Zhua clan intends to let my Hua clan enter first, my Hua clan will not be polite. I will take my leave first. We will meet again in the remains." Huoba took the lead and led the group of Hua clan members after his words sounded. His body moved and he quickly descended towards the entrance of the remains below. Behind him, many of the Bandi experts in the sky followed closely after seeing this. They hoped to borrow Huoba's strength to successfully enter the remains. At this moment, Xiao Yan was still standing among the remaining people, quietly waiting for the opportunity to arrive. Chapter 621. Chi. However, just as the members of the Hua clan landed, the lake below, which had just calmed down, once again began to churn. The hearts of the people in the sky involuntarily tightened when they saw this. Their gazes looked at the group of people who were swiftly descending. The emotions in their hearts involuntarily became a little anxious. At the same time, Huoba had clearly sensed a dangerous aura from the scarlet lake below. It was fine if he was the only one on this trip. However, he still needed to take care of the members of the Hua clan behind him. Hence, he needed to be careful. Huoba, who was descending, shook his body slightly. Immediately, a circle of surging dou qi swiftly spread from Huoba's body. In the blink of an eye, it had already agglomerated into a dou qi barrier around the members of the Hua clan. After which, the speed at which the members of the Hua clan were descending became a little slower. The group of half-emperors following closely behind did not dare to slight the situation when they saw this. They hurriedly spread out the dou qi within their bodies. After each of them reacted, they swiftly moved and caught up with the members of the Hua clan at the front. Puff puff. At this moment, numerous thick blood pillars suddenly shot out from the churning lake below just like before. They were like numerous huge snakes that had gone crazy. Their bodies emitted a bloody aura that was difficult to endure as they charged explosively toward the members of the Hua clan at this moment. The speed of the blood pillars had clearly exceeded the understanding of most of the half-emperors. Immediately, the expressions of quite a number of members of the Hua clan behind Huoba wildly changed. This was especially so when they smelled the dense bloody scent that permeated the air at this moment. Their expressions involuntarily paled and a fear involuntarily surged into their hearts. Although these members of the Hua clan were quite strong, their training had always been within the clan. They were just like flowers in a greenhouse. In a situation where they had never experienced the true tempering of life and death, just the scene that had happened earlier was already enough to challenge their hearts. However, at this moment, they had suddenly turned from being spectators to being the ones whose lives were about to be threatened. No matter how one looked at it, they still felt a wave of discomfort in their hearts. Huoba was naturally able to understand the reason behind the absent-mindedness of these children of his. However, now was not the time to allow them to be arrogant. If they were careless, their lives might be at risk. How could he allow them to be absent-minded? Brats, wake up. If you want to return alive to see your parents, hurry up and dodge. In the void, Huoba, who was rapidly descending, suddenly turned his head. A shocking angry roar immediately spread into the ears of the members of the Hua clan like a thunderclap. His voice was so loud that it caused the expressions of all the members of the Hua clan behind Huoba to change drastically. At the same time, they hurriedly recovered from their absent-mindedness. At the same time, their bodies rapidly dodged, narrowly dodging the blood pillars that were heading towards them. However, the half-emperors following closely behind the members of the Hua clan were not so lucky. When the members of the Hua clan dodged, the blood pillars ruthlessly pierced through the chests of the half-emperors following closely behind them. Pu. Immediately, Another dozen half-emperors died under the bombardment of the blood pillars. Those half-emperors who were lucky enough to survive did not dare to easily approach the members of the Hua clan. They were afraid that they would end up dying a miserable death like these people. Seeing this, Hua Ba's old face did not reveal the slightest bit of pity. Instead, his gaze swept over those half-emperors who had separated. The corners of his mouth parted into a cold smile. Immediately, his body moved and led the members of the Hua clan behind him as they swiftly flew towards the entrance of the desolate ancient remains. At the same time, the other half-emperors in the air above the lake did not dare to be slow. Their bodies swiftly flew forward, hoping to enter the remains before the blood pillars arrived again. As everyone rapidly descended, many blood pillars that reached the sky shot up from the surface of the lake. Immediately, they suddenly turned around and shot towards the experts who were approaching the entrance of the remains. When the blood pillars once again fell into the lake below, only less than half of the originally black mass of people remained in the sky above the lake. Thinking back, it took less than 10 minutes for all of this to happen. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of half-emperors had already died in this place. This time around, the sacrifice they had made in order to enter the desolate ancient remains could not be considered small. However, when the remaining people thought that this was the end and that they could finally enter the remains, wave after wave of extremely dense blood-colored fog once again drifted out from the deep hole below. The hearts of everyone present paled when they saw this scene. However, before they could react, the bodies of a couple of half-emperors in the swiftly descending group began to swell uncontrollably. Wild and violent dou qi flew all over their bodies. Within a short couple of breaths, the bodies of a couple of half-emperors had already reached the brink of exploding. Bang bang bang! Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion once again spread. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was in the sky and covered by a black robe, involuntarily had a change in expression. What a frightening formation! Half-emperors are like ants in front of it. They can easily be finished off by this formation. Xiao Yan quietly muttered in his heart with a grave expression. His eyes under the black robe swept over the entire place in an undetectable manner. Immediately, his originally frowning eyebrows became even more tightly knit. Currently, most of the people present were half-emperors. Once these people approached the sky above the lake, forget about the blood pillars. However, once they were contaminated by the bloody aura, the dou qi within their bodies would become violent. It was likely that even with Xiao Yan's ability, it would be difficult for him to not be injured. Just as Xiao Yan was thinking of a solution with a grave expression, the people from the Hua clan had already disappeared from the sky above the blood lake following the scattering of the energy storm below. From the looks of it, they should have already entered the remains. After the first wave of people entered, the people from the Sun clan, led by Sun Shua, began to move toward the entrance of the remains below. The Zhou clan and the Bai clan did not move. No one knew whether it was because they were not in a hurry or because of other reasons. However, just as Xiao Yan was patiently waiting for the people from the Sun clan to enter the remains, three familiar figures suddenly appeared in his sight. The expression on Xiao Yan's face under the black robe suddenly became sluggish when he saw these three figures. He had never imagined that he would actually meet them here. These three people were the three great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range, the Sky Eagle, the Flame Lion, and Xionggang.